Good evening, everyone. It is December 15th, and this is the meeting of the Santa Monica Planning Commission. I'm going to call this meeting to order. Can we get a roll call, please?
Commissioner Fonder-Bernardi?
Here.
Commissioner Fresco?
Here.
Commissioner Lambert?
Here.
Commissioner Landris?
Here.
Commissioner Raskin?
Here.
And Chair Pester?
Here. And I note for the record that Vice Chair Reese is absent. So can we please start with the Planning Director's report? David.
Good evening, Commission. While I wait for the slide to pop up, just let me wish the Commission a happy holiday season and thank you for all the work in 2021. It was an incredible year. The housing element obviously was the big item, but there were so many other things that you guys spent so much time on. So we very much appreciate it. Next year promises to be action-packed as well, both with housing element implementation and some big projects we'll be bringing your way. So again, just thank you. Hope that you can all relax over the holidays and enjoy some time off. So I've lost my slide, so I missed my chance. Can you pull that up, Jing?
Yeah, I apologize. I just realized that I had some outdated information on here, so just give me a moment to update it.
Okay, sure.
David, we hope that you and the rest of our amazing staff also get some time to relax over the holidays. You guys have worked very hard this year.
Thank you.
So certainly wishing you the same option for relaxation.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't know how Jing and her staff do it. I mean, the amount of work is just incredible. The quality never suffers. So upcoming for you when we reconvene in the new year, January 5th, conditional use permit at 1416 Wilshire. So this is the second of the two medicinal marijuana outlets that are allowed by our ordinance. And then there's a development review permit at 1674 20th Street. The January 19th meeting is canceled. And then on January 25th and 26th, speaking of big projects coming your way, the St. John's Development Agreement will come before the Commission at a special meeting. City Council actions last week on December 7th, the City Council heard the appeal of the Shore Hotel and the text amendment. The Council approved the text amendment. This is to allow the ground floor of buildings in the downtown to have lower ceiling heights for hotel uses. And then they also granted the CUP amendment to allow the cafe on 2nd Street, to allow the restaurant fronting on Ocean Avenue, and then to allow the massage services. The council also met last night. There were no really planning related items. And then housing element updates. Obviously, you have a discussion tonight about the housing element, and the work will continue from there. One other thing I wanted to mention, just for the Commission's information, the city is targeting January 10th for City Hall reopening. Of course, City Hall has been open throughout the pandemic. A lot of people have been working, especially our code officers, building inspectors, public works staff. A lot of people have been there the whole time. But January 10th will represent kind of a reopening of the front doors of City Hall. The fountains will be turned back on. So, kind of make a statement that City Hall is back and reopened. We will still continue to allow and actually encourage staff across City Hall to telework when it's appropriate. But we will be back more at City Hall than we have been throughout the pandemic. And the counter hours, public counter hours will expand. Right now it's open by appointment only. Starting January 10th, it will be open. Jing, I think, is until 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and it won't just be by appointment. So there'll be expanded counter hours. So that concludes my report. Happy to answer any questions you might have.
That's really exciting to hear that City Hall is opening up, and I think it's great that we're still giving folks an option to work remotely. Obviously, I hope everyone stays safe. Does anyone have any comments or questions for the director? Commissioner Landris?
Just confirming that when you say that City Hall is reopening, we're still staying virtual for the foreseeable future in terms of our formal meetings, and I don't see with the new variant any rush to get back in person, sadly.
Right. Yeah, there's no plans to change its status quo for now, and we'll keep the commission posted on any pending changes on that.
Okie dokie. Thanks.
Okay, moving on to planner commissioner announcements. I'm going to also, Leslie? Commissioner Lambert?
Actually, this relates to the Housing Commission. Is the Housing Commission telling? Hello?
You're breaking up, Commissioner Lambert?
I know I am. Is that because they're discussing the same things?
Is your question, is it televised?
Yeah.
The Housing Commission has not typically been televised. No.
Okay.
Is it recorded such that someone can watch it later or no?
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. Jing, I don't know if you know.
Yeah, from what it takes place on the Blue Jeans platform, so it's recorded, and then I believe the audio is made available. Not mistaken.
Commissioner Lambert, you still appear to be frozen, or at least on my screen you're frozen, and now you're gone. Okay. I'm going to move on to announcing the public comment procedures, and then we will go to Planning Commission. Oh, there's Commissioner Lambert back. Commissioner Lambert, did you get your question answered? Anything else? She's frozen. Okay, moving on to public comment procedures. Please note tonight procedures for public comment. We are accepting real-time oral public comment by phone for each item. Please check the top of the posted agenda for the phone number to call once the caller queue for each item opens. The caller queue will open when each item is introduced and will close after the first 5 public comments are heard. I'm going to repeat that again. The caller queue will open when each item is introduced and will close after the 5 public comments are heard. If there's not 5 public comments, we typically will post a minute on the clock, and we will do a countdown. If no one calls in within that time, then we will close the queue. Written comments received up until noon today have been read by the Commission. Comments received after noon today will be considered part of the record of proceedings, but may not be posted online with the Planning Commission's agenda prior to the meeting. Please remember that the moderator chat function in Blue Jeans, which shows up on the right of my screen, is for technical help from administrative staff only. It is not for public comment. I repeat, the moderator chat is not for public comment. The Commission cannot see the chat, and comments will not be forwarded to the Commission or entered into the record. Commissioners, do you have any announcements that you'd like to make? Going once? Going twice? Okay, moving on. Let's go ahead and move on to the consent calendar. So we are now going to open the caller queue for public comment on items on the consent calendar. And staff, will you please share the phone number on the screen? Thank you. Does anybody want to pull any of the consent items? We have 2 consent items tonight. They are 2A, which is 1643 to 1653 19th Street conditional use permit, and 3212 Wilshire Boulevard, also conditional use permit. Do any commissioners want to pull any of the consent items? Commissioner Fresco.
I'd like to pull 2B, 2A, 19th Street, the dog hotel.
Okay. Commissioner Landros?
Commissioner Fresco beat me to it. I had a question about 2A. I wasn't, depending on the answer, I wasn't going to be interested in pulling it, but Since she pulled it, I get to ask my question later.
Okay. So let's go ahead and make ex parte disclosures on 2B only. Does anyone have an ex parte disclosure on that item? Okay, I have an ex parte disclosure. I have had several conversations with the applicants, one of the applicants' representative, Eric Shaftis. During those conversations, he has asked me, we have discussed the Planning Commission process. He's asked what my thoughts were about the application, and he told me a little bit about their operation. Okay, so do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar with item 2B on it?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, so the item is moved by Commissioner Fresco, seconded by Landros. Can we have a roll call vote, please?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, we don't need a second motion for that, right?
Do not.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go ahead and move on and let's do 2A, which is 1643 to 1653 19th Street, which is conditional use permit to allow the operation of a kennel in conjunction with a pet hotel within 2 existing one-story buildings. Can we have a staff report, please?
Of course. Good morning, Commissioners.
Can we do ex partes? Pardon the interruption.
Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you,
Right.
Heidi. Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any ex partes? Commissioner Fresco.
I was interested in this item because my children attended the Crossroads School, in the middle of which is a doggy daycare. And I remember for many years hearing lots of jokes about dogs barking and so forth in the background about this doggy daycare. So I stopped by Crossroads today to ask an actual grown-up what it was really like to have a business next to a doggy daycare, and what the sound effects really were and so forth. So I'll share the details with you during our discussion.
Thank you. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi and then Commissioner Landros.
Yeah, I went and visited the site this afternoon around 2:30. I walked around that area, including the cement plant.
Commissioner Landros?
I actually don't have an ex parte. I was wondering if there was interest in waiving the staff report and getting to the applicant and the discussion. If there isn't, then we can do the staff report.
I'm happy to waive the staff report. Is there anyone else who wants to share the staff report?
Heidi's looking concerned about waiving the staff report.
No. Just in terms of the ex parte communication, part of your requirement is to disclose the nature of the discussion so that members of the public or the applicant can respond to that. So if you could perhaps give a little more information, Commissioner Fresco, about what you learned, then a response may be made to what you learned.
Okay. Basically, what she said was that it was rough in the beginning, but that they've kind of learned to work with each other. That the sound of the dogs, and I don't know anything about what kind of soundproofing or anything that that doggy daycare has, but I do know that it doesn't have its own outdoor space. And so the sound of the dogs varies. Sometimes it's louder than others, but she said overall you get used to it. And she said that the real issues are, one, which would not apply to this project, is that because they don't have their own outdoor space, they actually walk the dogs around the neighborhood. And while they clean up number 2, number 1 tends to linger around and cause odors, which is a problem. And then the other issue was pickup and drop off, because of course the school also has pickup and drop off issues. So that required a certain degree of negotiation, which I think they've worked out. So that was the upshot of the conversation.
Thank you, Commissioner Fresco. Okay, so we're going to waive the staff report. So do we need to take a vote on that?
It's probably safest, and under AB 361, every vote needs to be a roll call vote.
Okay, so
I'll move it, waiving the staff report.
And I will second it. So can we get a roll call vote?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco, Commissioner Fresco,
Sorry, yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Abstain?
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
and Chair Pastor.
Yes. Okay, so can we get an applicant presentation? Who is here to present on behalf of the applicant? There's a couple people listed, Tim Alborg and Keith Garner.
This is Darren Loriano, Southern California Land Use. I represent the applicant WAG Hotels, and I believe we have Luis, who's the architect, get a screen share.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Those were for 2B. Apologies. Thank you. And how long, Melissa, how long do they have for their presentation?
They have up to 15 minutes.
Definitely won't need the 15 minutes.
Yes, you don't need to take the whole.
No problem.
Thank you so much. Welcome.
Are you ready? All right. Yeah, that's good, Luis. We can just stay there. If you have one of the renderings handy, that'd be helpful too. Good evening, commissioners. Nice to be here. I'm Darren Loriano, Southern California Land Use, representing the operators and applicant WAG Hotels. It's a great project and a great location for a great operator. They have a sterling reputation in the industry. It is the adaptive reuse of 2 existing buildings. You see them on the screen to your left and right. We use in a courtyard. A sound study has been voluntarily requested at our last meeting. The facility is ideally located in the heart of the industrial zone. There are no residential uses and no adjacent school use. There is the nearby crossroads, as the commissioner mentioned, but it's several blocks away. The open train and concrete factory are directly adjacent. The 10 freeway is located at the opposite end of the block. It's identical zoning to the Santa Monica Animal Shelter. The adaptive reuse locates an open play area in a central courtyard. The play area, isolated on 2 sides by the existing brick building, mitigates sound transmission on its own. The short sides of the courtyard are improved with 2 10-foot high sound walls. There are community letters of support that have been submitted to staff. The cleanliness is an aspect of pride for WAG Hotels. It sets them apart with regular indoor and outdoor cleaning. The schedule is strictly maintained. The neighbor inquiry letter, he agrees that a traffic study is not needed under the city's BMT implementation. It's below the threshold. The neighbor inquiry about sound study was only the nuance of the concrete facility location, and no other issues were brought up. The neighbor has, let me skip that. Regarding sound separation, the adjoining wall is separated by 16 inches. There's an air gap between the buildings. It is not a shared common wall with its neighbors. The facility utilizes a prepayment of services online. This approach eliminates most in-person transactions and dramatically increases efficiency of guest drop-off and pickup. The existing building already has 18 permitted parking spaces with multiple trips for each space. As we know, all business has multiple cars coming and going from parking spaces during the day. businesses already require significant vehicular trips, the existing vehicle activity mitigates the potential for significant impact relative to the new use. The existing building rear alley access is currently obstructed by a block wall. The proposed project removes the wall and uses both the front and rear for access, improving vehicular mobility. The existing site does not conform to any current mobility standards. The proposed project with current parking and maneuvering standards will significantly improve traffic and mobility flow. The inclusion of the correctly sized and required loading area for delivery, along with the correctly sized and required trash enclosure, eliminate existing maneuvering and traffic conflicts at the site. The Mobility Division has already studied backup into the street as provided for in Santa Monica Municipal Code Section 928.120B7 for safe maneuvering into the street, which specifically allows or less. The code is not silent on this design. The current code already considers traffic effects related to quantities of parking for this specific use. The facility provides all required parking quantities per the current code. It does not rely on any grandfathered or non-conforming maneuvering for mobility access. The neighbor inquiry email to planning staff confirms that a member of WAG Hotel staff stopped by his business and left his business card for direct public outreach related to the proposed dog kennel facility. WAG Hotels contacted Mr. Carlton again after staff provided us a copy of his email inquiry. The neighbor inquiry correctly states in his email that the facility is normally not at full capacity and that some members commonly drop off more than one animal. Regarding capacity, it cannot be assumed that each guest is brought by an individual car each day. Many guests stay multiple days, and many members have more than one guest coming to the facility. This is not a one car, one guest daily ratio facility. The facility members and guests arrive and leave at a variety of times, unlike programmed school schedules. Proximity to the nearby expo line and station will mitigate traffic, as it has proven to reduce overall vehicular circulation in the area. We also have with us today, we have the architect for any specific technical questions. We have the in-house WAG animal behavior expert for the questions, I think, regarding the other facility, how this one varies and how it's much different. And most sound is mitigated by having a very good understanding of animal science and behavior. We have the sound engineer in case there's any technical question for sound of the sound study, and myself, if there's any questions regarding procedure, we're happy to help out. Thank you, appreciate your time, and please support the project. It's a wonderful project for a wonderful city.
Thank you. Do folks have questions for the applicant? I guess I have a question for your sound consultant. So what was the threshold that was used that led you to conclude that there would be no impact?
We compared the expected sound levels from several dogs in the play area barking simultaneously to the estimated noise level on site using the Department of Housing and Urban Development's noise level calculator that uses local traffic noise. We also did take a look at, and while it wasn't mentioned in the report, looked at the code for a similar use, and in both cases this is significantly below. Additionally, with the proximity to transportation and that concrete mixing facility and heavy truck traffic, the anticipated level in the area is the same or below, or excuse me, the level from dog noise will be similar to or below the existing noise level on site.
So did you take ambient noise measurements?
No, we did not.
Why didn't you take ambient noise measurements?
Both due to a limited time, as well as the HUD noise calculator is industry standard for expected noise level on site. In fact, if this was a housing project, we'd be required by law to use that and not measurements.
Well, you may be required by that law, but by HUD's requirements for HUD purposes, but for
yes.
CEQA,
that is correct. HUD prefers that to measurements, and it is an accepted measure for a noise level on site.
Does anyone else have comments for the applicant, Commissioner Landreth?
This is the question that I was going to ask of staff during the consent, but I'll just ask it of the applicant. Obviously, we received a number of letters regarding the noise concerns, including some specific suggestions from, I believe, an existing sound editing business. I don't know much about them. I just noticed that they were in the sound business. So I was just wondering if you could say more about any outreach that you did with the existing businesses and how you've responded to the concerns that they've raised. We may hear more about it from public comment, but I was curious to hear more about the engagement that you've done.
Sure, I'm gonna start. I'm gonna let the Jose, who's also the in-house behavioral expert, answer because he actually did most of the outreach individually. We did reach out and address, as soon as we became aware of the letters, we actually did reach out to primarily Mr. Carlton, who I believe submitted 3 letters. There were a few other letters. We didn't get a chance to respond to each of them. We did submit to staff a response to the concerns that were in there, most of which were in my presentation. I'm going to let Jose jump in here. Jose, why don't you jump in about your outreach?
Hello. Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for your time. So I did do outreach. I was the person doing the outreach. I did walk door to door, and I'll be honest, most of those businesses were actually, they didn't appear in operation on November 11th, the day that I stopped by. There were a number of people out and about. I assume due to COVID that nobody was there. And a couple of the places looked somewhat very vacant, unused recently, very well kept, but no one really present. For the business adjacent to ours, there were a number of people out and about. I did engage with them quite extensively. That was actually where most of my effort was placed. I had really great conversations for probably 20, 30 minutes, to the point where I think they kind of were a little annoyed with my persistence to talk to somebody of importance. And then I did reach out on December 9th via email to Mr. Carlton, asking him to engage in either a phone conversation or just some opportunity. And I will say that, we do operate a number of hotels across California. This is not our first hotel. And we've had great success engaging with neighbors and really resolving matters such as these very, very easily. We have a science-based approach to how we care for animals. And so in general terms, we're able to just explain things, engage, and then that tends to resolve some or many of these issues. We were not able to do that this time, not because of an unwillingness on our side, but more so just an unwillingness for Mr. Carlton or others to engage. I ask that you approve this, our project. It's a great project, and I'd love to share more if there is more questions, but that is the basis.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I have a question for staff, actually. Rachel, I see that you're on the line. Did you review the sound study as part of your preparation of the exemption? Rachel, are you with us? I see you on the list, but I don't hear you. Oh, yeah, I see you now, but I don't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Now I can hear you. Hi.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes. Rachel, can you hear us? Because I heard you a minute ago.
Yeah, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that, my headphones died. So yes, I did review the noise study, and the noise study showed that with the existing sound law, that the sound of the partial dogs would be less than the city's zoning city's noise ordinance. And that's typically the threshold that we use to determine significant impacts is the noise ordinance. And so for the industrial conservation zones, the threshold is 70 dBA, and the noise study found that with the attenuation of the sound wall, it would be 62 dBA, which is below the noise ordinance threshold for that area.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. And can you tell us do you know sort of how the code determines what the ambient should be? Is it based on the uses in that zone? For example, the noise level in the industrial conservation zone may be different than that of the residential zone.
Sure. So the way that the ambient noise measurements play a role is the fact that if, for example, you take ambient noise measurements and, as I said, the noise ordinance is 70 dBA. So the reason why you would want to go out and take ambient noise measurements is if, for example, the ambient noise is actually 72 dBA, then that's your new threshold. So by actually using the noise ordinance, you're using more of a more conservative threshold because, that's kind of your base. And you would go out there and do measurements if you wanted to establish a higher threshold to say, well, the noise ordinance says 70, but we really are at a 75 in terms of the ambient noise environment.
Okay. And is there, does the code have any provisions of, what if someone is operating an activity in the IC zone and it creates a noise level that is greater than that? Is there a mechanism for enforcement?
Yeah, I mean, it goes to our standard kind of, enforcement, our enforcement division. So it goes to code violations. And so, but the standard is you can't go above that for 5 continuous minutes. So as I mentioned, it's 70 dBA is the threshold for a noise ordinance. So you can't go above that for more than 5 continuous minutes.
Thanks, Rachel. That's very helpful for us to understand what the city's regulations are. I appreciate that. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
Yeah, Rachel, could you stay on for just a second?
Sure.
Can you explain why you would use an algorithm of some sort to calculate an estimated sound level as opposed to just taking direct measurements? What's the thinking there? It's a little surprising to me.
It's fairly common to use algorithms and roadway noise to calculate. It's more of a predictive kind of estimation. The reason why we would use an algorithm is, for example, if we're doing an EIR, for example, we don't know what the future roadway noise will be, since you can't go out there and take noise measurements into the future. So that's why you would use an algorithm, is for future noise measurements. But generally speaking, when we do EIRs, we prefer to go out there and take ambient noise measurements, and that is to establish kind of the baseline if you didn't want to use noise ordinance standards.
Okay, it still sounds a little counterintuitive to me. You have a perfectly good street that's got all the businesses are maxed out. There's no empty lots that I can see, so you should have a noise today, and the dogs are going to be there tomorrow. So it seems like in this case, it's not like there's a big future change coming up.
And again, this is a categorical exemption, so it's not standard to go out there and do noise measurements. We generally do noise measurements if we do an EIR. In this case, there was a noise study that was done to show that it would be within the noise ordinance levels, and so that's why not ambient noise measurements wasn't done that way.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel, I actually have one other question. So as part of the Class 32, the city has to make a finding that there's going to be no impacts with noise and traffic. We've talked about noise, and I understand that under the city's VMT regulations, they're not required to do traffic study. But did you all look at the sort of queuing issues as that relates to safety and access?
Yeah, I mean, our mobility division reviewed it, but, in terms of CEQA, we operate, as you said, under the VMT threshold. Plus, there is a significant dangerous hazardous feature that's introduced, which, there is, the CEQA threshold is whether or not introduced as a hazardous feature. And in this case, it's an existing project site. It's, it's not really introducing anything new. So it's not reviewed in that context, but our mobility division did review the site plan in terms of the egress and the ingress.
Thanks, Rachel. Commissioner Fresco.
That's general that of ambient sound, and then you add a different kind into. Is it? Does it get or do certain kinds cancel out? Isn't changed? What is the effect of adding the sound of dogs barking to the sound of a commuter train and a cement plant?
Sorry, I think I only caught the last part of your question. I heard your question was whether or not the sound of trains plus dogs barking are additive.
That's basically my question, yeah.
Right, yeah, and they're not typically additive. Sound doesn't operate, it doesn't add on top of each other, meaning that if you have a sound that's 60 dBA plus, 65 dBA, it doesn't all of a sudden become, a more noisy environment per se. It doesn't really operate that way. That's not how noise levels work. It's not additive.
So what makes a difference is if the source of the noise is closer. If like a new
Correct.
Sound is closer, that would make a difference, but not
Correct.
Overall. Okay. Thank you. And I have a question for Scott, if he's around. I can barely see
Scott?
people.
Scott's here.
Scott. I had asked you about that other kennel and if you knew if they had a conditional permit or if it was a by right permit for a daycare. And I was just curious if they had any soundproofing and if you were able to find that out.
So I did. So this was the project called Fit Dog at 1712 21st Street. This was done in 2010. This project was by right because our code at the time was not very specific. This was in the LMSD, and the only thing that was similar in terms of a use to a pet hotel would have been it was compared to a veterinarian service at the time, because again our code was limited back then, and I don't think pet hotels were necessarily the rage that they have become as of late. So this went only through, it was a by right entitlement at that time. So I'm not sure if there was any type of interior treatment that was required as part of that during the plan check. It would have been checked.
So it wasn't required, but you don't know if it was if they just did it voluntarily. I'm just trying to see if there's any kind of apples to apples comparison between that and this, which there may not be.
There may not be. That's correct.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else? Okay, so let's go ahead and move to public comment, please. Melissa, how many public comments do we have?
So far, we have 2 callers in the queue. I'm going to go ahead and unmute our first caller. This is from a phone line ending in 1238. Hello to our caller. Please state your name clearly for the record, and you have 3 minutes for your statement.
Hi, my name is Scott Carlton, and I'm the one who's been writing the letter. Very first thing I'd like to say is that we're not opposed to the project. We just feel that there needs to be a little bit of a redesign and some work done on it in order to not disturb our business. I can also say that, coming by to try and meet me at an ad hoc way is basically impossible, given the fact that I have to deal with global operations for what we do. So I'm a fairly busy person. But basically, our concern is all laid out in the letter that I sent. And really what we're asking for more than anything is to make sure that the traffic pickup and drop off doesn't impact people coming, us getting in and out of our lot, that there's some sort of sound treatment that's done on the wall between the buildings. And although, yes, there is an air gap and it's not directly cemented, there was plumbing work that was being done in there earlier in the year, and it was like the plumbers were in our building. So there is sound transmission that does happen between the buildings. And I think some of that can be addressed by flipping around the parking garage, the building 1 from building 2, and, moving some of the kennels away from the kind of adjoining or shared wall. So I think there are some solutions that we can come up with that will work for both sides. Like I say, the sound transfer between the two buildings and traffic. And, traffic has been a problem for us with gotten better with Crossroads, where people will just pull into our lot and park. And I anticipate the same thing. I still don't understand how, even with prepaid and all the other stuff, how they're going to manage 80, whatever number of drop-offs, 50, 70, how that's going to happen throughout the day, pick up and drop off, and not, and with the number of spaces that are allocated. I just don't see how that's going to work. So happy to try and work something out, but we are definitely opposed to the plan the way it sits today.
Thank you, Mr. Carlton. Does anyone have questions for him? Okay, let's move on, Melissa.
Okay, our next caller comes from a phone line that came in labeled as John Adler. So, hello to John or whoever's calling from your household. Please restate your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes.
Hello, this is in fact John Adler calling in, and I own the property across 19th Street, 1 lot over. And I also have written a couple emails to the Planning Commission expressing my concerns about this project. So I guess I'll just briefly reiterate my concerns, that one being the sound study. I was hoping to have a consultant review the sound study, but because it was released less than a week ago, there wasn't enough time to do that. In my own reading of the sound study, I had a couple of concerns. One was using the assumption or the estimated ambient noise level of 76 decibels. So I went out and measured the sound myself, and I found that when the concrete plant is not in operation, I was getting an average of 62 decibels. And then when the plant was in operation, including trucks and including the train passing by with the bells of the crossing gate, I got 68 to 70 decibels. So it concerned me that the estimate of ambient noise didn't seem to reflect the reality of the situation. The other concern I had about the sound study was that it recommended quite a bit of mitigation on the buildings, dual pane windows and door seals and door closures. But on the outdoor play area, it only has a sound wall, and the sound study itself said that directly adjacent to the wall, the sound would not be an issue. But my concern is the sound's just going to travel over the top of the wall and disturb people that aren't directly adjacent to the site, like on the sidewalk, but maybe further across the street where my office is. So that was my concern about the sound study. And I also don't quite understand how a chain kennel really qualifies in the industrial conservation zone, because my reading of the purpose of the zone states that incubator business opportunities, including sustainable industries applicable to the city, seems to be the one section of that zone that would apply to a kennel, and I don't really see how the WAG kennel fits this definition. I guess that's all I have to say tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Adler. Okay, so let's go ahead and allow the applicant to do rebuttal. And then I've got a couple of questions for staff.
Great, thank you very And we really appreciate the neighbors calling in, and we know that WAG has a great history of working with their neighbors, in all their facilities. Again, the facility is really ideally located as best you possibly could be, short of vacant field for hundreds of yards. It has the train to one side, the 10 freeway to the other side, a concrete factory. So we're being as mindful and as we possibly could be. There's a number of letters of support that have been entered into the file. And for Mr. Carlton, we did reach out in person, we did leave a business card, and we did try to follow up the best we could. Again, this is very important to work with our neighbors. Mr. Carlton has recommendations that have already been addressed, current applied zoning code and in compliance with current code. He's not opposed and has questions, and again, all those questions were addressed either through current code, improvements to the building, or standard zoning requirements. So we're happy to answer any questions. I would give a couple seconds if the sound engineer would like to address specifically anything that was said in the sound. If not, that's okay.
Sure. Sure. To address Mr. Carlton's comments regarding recent plumbing work in the WAG location, typically noise from that type of construction work is going to transmit between spaces differently than airborne noise such as dogs barking. I would assume most of that plumbing work involves contact with the building slab and plumbing that contacted structure, and that sound travels much more easily than airborne noise. We understand that the building has, the walls are currently 2 courses of brick with a significant air gap between the buildings, which is pretty much the most that can be done in terms of sound isolation. Darren, would you like me to address Mr. Adler's comments now as well?
Sure, if you got a quick second, if there was something specific.
Sure. I understand Mr. Adler took measurements in the area. It's unclear if those measurements were conducted with a calibrated meter, but as he mentioned, the noise level that he measured without the plant, assuming his measurements were calibrated, was the same level that we expect from the dogs at the sidewalk. And when the plant is operating and the train is present, the levels are significantly above the levels we expect from the dogs. Regarding where we calculated to, we calculate, standard practice is to calculate to the nearest property line or publicly accessible location, which was the sidewalk, which is not directly in the wall's shadow. As we mentioned in our report, the primary sound path is sound going over the wall, not through it, which indicates we were calculating to a distance far enough away from the wall that we weren't, particularly in its acoustical shadow where it would be a false level. And to the comment regarding recommendations on building mitigation. First, the methods that we recommend, dual pane windows and seals, are fairly typical building construction. Most residential windows are a dual pane system, and most commercial windows are either laminated or tempered glass due to breakage concerns. And laminated gets us a little bit of benefit without any cost implication. And so the building envelope is only as good as its weakest link, and so we recommend making sure that the windows and doors are not a significant weak link. Also, the noise levels inside the building have the potential to be significantly higher than those in the yard as the building contains sound and allows it to build up.
Thank you.
So are you all going to be integrating all of the recommendations into your building?
Yes, the ones that are currently in the staff report, yes.
Thank you. Anyone else? Commissioner Fresco? You're on mute, Nina.
I think I heard you say that the 2 courses of double brick with a 16-inch air gap is sufficient. Are there other things you could do to that wall to increase the soundproofing, or is that more or less what you would recommend anyway, is 2 thick things with an air gap?
Yes, we typically recommend two high mass leafs with an air gap in between. There could be additional work done inside the building. However, diminishing returns, we wouldn't see a significant improvement.
I see. Thank you.
Okay, with that, if there's no other questions for the applicant, let's go ahead and close the public hearing.
Actually, Chair, we have one caller who just called in. Do you want to take it, or is it too late?
Yes, I'm sorry, Melissa. Yes, let's please take that call.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'm unmuting our caller whose phone number ends in 3389. Hello, you're live in the hearing, and you have 3 minutes
Hello.
to make your statement. Please state your name clearly for the record.
Yes, my name is Glenn Martin. I'm one of the editing companies adjacent, one of the people from the editing company adjacent. One of the things in the sound study that, in the calculation of the ambient, that I was concerned about was that they keep referring to the cement between the cement plant and the highway. And I agree, I hear that, but 26 years, these small businesses here have grown up and they really aren't light industrial or anything. And all we really want to know is that, because we record sound on the other side of that wall, like for commercials and films, and it's like, if there's even the faintest amount of a dog bark, we can't do our business. And we've been doing it here for 25 years. And so I'm a little concerned that the mitigation, while it sounds great in practice, may not work out the way it is designed. These buildings are old. The bricks are, it's like, it's by the very nature of what the allowing these older buildings to do this, it is hard to imagine that without significant soundproofing, it's going to not have an impact. And then the challenge with the outdoor area is that we just don't know. And I haven't seen anything in the sound report that really talks about the propagation of dog noises going straight up, because we have to leave our windows open because of COVID. And it's been really hard to keep things going and stay in business. And it is just very hard for me to imagine without mechanisms in place to help mitigate these things, or to have it, if there are problems, how do we deal with it? What are the things that we can do to make sure that we can continue to operate in our space while they're operating in theirs? I want something there. That place is derelict and needs work. Something's got to happen there. I'm not opposed to it. I just need to know that we can keep working as a business. And most of the businesses on this street are animation, an accountant, there's 2 editing companies, there's a CGI company, there's a production company. It's like they're not light industrial and they're not industrial. And we came here because of all the things that we wanted about Santa Monica so many years ago, and it feels like we're trying to put back the industrial on top of something that has changed significantly.
Commissioner Fresco.
I wanted to ask him a question, but he went away.
No, I'm here.
Oh, you are here. I was wondering, since you have a working soundstage that you've had there for such a long time, and you do recording and so forth, don't you have a significant soundproofing in your building to buffer you against the cement plant and the trains and so forth already?
The cement plant is quite far away. It's even when they keep saying it's adjacent, it is actually 200 feet from.
Right, but do you have soundproofing? Is my question.
Yes, we do have some soundproofing, but it's such a highly sensitive thing that we, even in the rooms where we edit, where we don't have all the soundproofing to record, it can become challenging for us to work when there's this sort of noise coming from the wall or from when we have our windows open because of COVID.
Thank you.
Commissioner Landros.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button there. So you do have soundproofing, and I'm sorry, I just want to understand, in your editing bays, do you use noise canceling headsets?
No, everyone has to sit there and look at the movie.
Okay, I'm sorry, you were breaking up a little bit there. So in the editing bays with the windows open, can you edit with noise canceling headsets?
And not with as many people as we have to have showing things, because we really have 10 clients in there, everyone's watching something, and that's it's sort of an impracticality to have that, because we have to have an open discussion, we have to talk about these things, how things are going to work, what we're, doing. It becomes very hard to do. Now, we can close the windows and stuff like that, and that can be okay. It's just, I'm really just concerned about the sound coming from that, sort of over and into our parking lot and our outdoor areas, and anything penetrating the wall. If it's like, no, we'll put treatments on the inside of the wall, you'll never hear us at all, awesome.
And just so I'm clear, and I totally get where you're coming from. So I'm just really trying to understand, what your situation is. You've been operating this business for a while. Are you operating any part of your business under a conditional use permit or any other specific use permit related to your business, or are you operating a by right business?
I don't know that. I would have to ask Scott about that. We operate under a conditional use? No, we do not operate under a conditional use permit.
Okay. All right. I have a question for staff related to this comment. I'm happy to ask it now or later.
Let's close the public hearing and then let's talk about that.
Oh, but Mario has a question for the caller.
Commissioner Bernardi.
Yeah, thank you. I have a question for the last speaker. In the 26 years that you've been there, I assume the building next door to you has been occupied most of the time. Is that true?
Yes.
And what would be? All right.
What was the what?
What was the business that was there, and did any noise that business affect you?
It was mostly, I think, packing stuff up and moving things around. They didn't have much of a sound profile at all, and they never did anything outside. So they were just in there, the plastics company briefly, and then it was empty for a bit. It's been a bunch of different things, but I think it hasn't really we never had a sound problem with that building or any of the buildings across the street or here. And, the 10 is, a long ways away. And Olympic is a little noisier than I would say the 10 is, but it's still not that bad all the time. Sure. It's just that the particular noise of dogs barking could really have an impact on us. And we're just saying, can we mitigate it enough? I have a dog. I drop them off it, and we use Fit Dog. We use something. It's like Fit Dog does not have an outdoor space, and it's very quiet from the street. They do have. They have almost 80 drop-offs a day, according to the people who work there. But it's just the sound thing could be so damaging, and we just want to have an assurance that it'll be taken care of.
Thank you.
Mr. Laureano, I'm going to just give you like 30 seconds.
Yeah, no problem. All I need is 30 seconds, and we really appreciate our neighbors in the sound study, and we're absolutely happy to work with him to the best of our ability. We have some of the best in the entire industry. I've actually designed sound studios and production studios much of my career, as well as getting them approved, and there are mitigating that they commonly use. Building rooms within a room, isolated floors, technical requirements that you can do from within their own facility. Visual effects are treated a little bit differently than sound recording, but there's many things you can do inside your own studio to create an isolation for yourself and for your clients and for your work. Thank you. That's all I needed, and we're happy to work with them as much as we can.
Well, so I think, though, that part of what they're saying is for you to also, have the mitigation. It's not really mitigation, but in your facility. And so when you say that you're willing to work with them, do you have any suggestions of how we could make that enforceable such that, if there's an issue in a year from now, that potentially you could come back, or do you have any suggestions here?
I don't have any practices other than, staff's common standard CUP requirements to with your conditions.
Can I ask my question of Heidi now? Is that right?
Yeah. So then let's close public hearing. And let's Mr. Mariano and Mr. Ruiz. So go ahead, Mr. Landris.
Okay. So, and if we're closing the public hearing, I think our applicants can probably turn off their cameras. Yeah? No?
Yeah.
There we go. So a question for Heidi. I am really sensitive to the conversation that we've just had, right? We've got a long-standing business that came in with a particular set of, a particular set of conditions. I mean, like the work conditions in the world, not capital C conditions. And they're an industrial zone. And so they have a set of reasonable expectations. But life goes on, and we don't, when we're doing CUPs, we do look at neighborhood compatibility, but we also are not sort of trying to, we're trying to find a happy medium. What, Heidi, question, is our level of obligation with respect to the specific needs of existing businesses when we are considering a conditional use permit such as this one?
So that's an excellent question, and I would say that to a great extent, you have discretion in that regard as to whether or not it fits into your findings based on the evidence that's been presented to you this evening. So to your earlier point, one of your findings is compatibility with surrounding uses. However, as staff has presented, and staff can speak more to this, other evidence has been presented to you as well related to the fact that it is a conditionally permitted use. And you also do have the ability under the zoning ordinance and your general practice to condition projects in order to, as it relates to potential impacts coming out of the proposed use.
And so let me just drill down for a second on the definition of uses here. We're talking about an industrial conservation zone, right? And so we might, in a reasonable understanding of how cities are districted, expect noise levels in an industrial area to be rather higher than the noise levels in, say, a residential area, and different, in terms of when it's happening with a commercial area. So are we expected to, that notion of compatibility, are we comparing to the general standard of a particular zoning district, or are we comparing to the specific uses that over a number of years have happened, arguably happenstance, if you will, to have grown up in this particular area? Would we be, for instance, we were talking about a school, if a school decided to open an industrial area, that's not a hypothetical question in Santa Monica, does that suddenly mean that we have to follow the school's noise expectations instead of the industrial district expectations? That's what I'm trying to land. I have a preferred solution, but that's where I want to understand where our legal choices are.
Sure. So perhaps it's a little helpful to give you just a little bit of a framework for the city's noise ordinance that you were discussing earlier. It separates the city into several zones and has different levels of thresholds for the different zones. The industrial conservation is actually permits the highest level, and these thresholds are all set based on the city's noise element of the general plan. So that's how the city has gone through and planned where noise is acceptable, and those thresholds are set based on the various zones. And like I said, the threshold for the IC is the highest in the city, and I believe it's the only zone in the city that is set at that threshold.
Okay, so thank you very much. So I would actually, for the sake of discussion about this, my instinct is to suggest, we've done this before, one of those provisional approvals where they can come back in a year or 2 years, and if there's a report to staff and there's no problems, it's great. And if there is a problem, then perhaps it can be worked out at the staff level, or alternatively, it can come back to us in 12 or 18 or 24 months. I don't have the wording for that. If staff has some wording that perhaps could be developed over the course of the discussion, I would like to incentivize both the applicant and the neighbors to kind of work it out. But what I don't want to do is hold new business hostage to prior business in a given industrial zone. That's where I am.
Chair Pastor, if I may, this is Scott again. I'm going to share my screen. We have a draft condition for your consideration. hopefully you can see that. Is everybody
That's
able to
exactly
see
what I had in mind. You're reading my mind.
I guess I worked with you long enough. So this was this is a.
I was going to say, with colleagues' permission, I would, to get this thing moving, because we have a long discussion ahead of us, I would actually move the approval of the conditional use permit with this added. But other people may have other conditions they want to add. But I'm happy to get a motion going with this attached to it for the purposes of moving us along.
Commissioner Fresco?
I would like to add that the applicant will provide a phone number where they can be reached 24 hours a day, since dogs are there 24 hours a day by their neighbors if there's a problem that they need to know about, so that they can work together. Informally, I hope that both of these neighbors will have people that know each other who can communicate, work out drop-off plans, work out mitigations. Maybe there are times of day when an hour in an afternoon when there's a really important thing that has to happen, the dogs aren't outside. Maybe they can just get to know each other and work together. So, but for the actual motion, just having that 24-hour hotline, I think would be a good addition if it's friendly.
That says, well, are you seconding the motion? Because it's definitely
yes, I'll
friendly.
second it.
I would actually, by way of accepting your amendment, I was actually thinking about whether we could require a period of time every day where the dogs are in fact not outside.
That was
but
on
I
my
don't think
list.
we would require it. I'm not sure how we would do that. And so I'd rather, by putting in the provision of a compliance review, I'd actually rather incentivize, as you said, informally, the applicant and its neighbors to figure out how to make that work.
I think if both businesses have an assigned person who will talk and they'll become friends, it'll be fantastic.
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Okay, well, let's do a roll call vote.
Are we voting on them both together, or are we doing the permit and then the start? Because we should see the language for the phone number before we vote on it, just to avoid any misunderstandings.
So, well, you made the motion. So what is your motion?
I just want to follow what our rules are. So should I move I'm happy to move both, but does staff want to show us language? I'll just move the permit then with the provisional language that we saw, and with a 24-hour telephone number pursuant to Commissioner Fresco's recommendation. But I think we should see the language before we vote on the STOA. Does staff need a minute to draft that wording?
We do. Just give us a moment.
Okay.
You really need to see the language? Isn't it going to say the applicant shall provide a 24-hour phone number and be available?
This is, you and I have been through this before with STOA language, so I just want to I don't want to have any, I'd rather give them 5 minutes and get it right.
Okay, I think I've got a proposal here. Share my screen. That. The applicant shall inform immediately adjacent property owners and occupants of the project site of a phone number, maybe phone number and email. See, sorry, we're just kind of making this up as we go.
Yeah, although I would do it, I mean, I would suggest if it's friendly to the makers, shall inform property owners and occupants within, how wide are the lots? 50 feet? So within 100 feet?
Okay.
Yeah. Or is it 100 feet? Is that the distance?
Well, that's the question. How wide are the lots in that area, more or less? Jane, do you know, or?
I'm not sure. Scott, are you able to address that question? I think they might be looking it up.
Or maybe, what's the notice?
The notice is 750.
750 for the notice.
That's
I would
too
say
many.
like 100, too many, like 100 feet, 200 feet.
We heard the language of 250 feet at some point, and I was wondering what was within 250 as opposed to 100.
I think that was a reference from one of the speakers in terms of their distance to the concrete plant, perhaps.
Oh, that's right. Okay, good point. Yeah, okay. Project site of a phone number and email to receive neighbor concerns that shall be staffed 24 hours a day. And what do we mean by staff? That means that if I call that phone number, somebody's going to pick it up, or they're going to leave a voicemail and I'm going to get a call back within, a callback within half an hour. I just want to let's be really clear about, because if we're saying an email and they don't respond within 30 seconds, it takes a minute. So let's be.
Yeah, the point of this isn't any email to let people know. I mean, an email. I think it's common sense to make a phone call if you have an immediate urge, where, if you have something you don't expect.
Okay, so could I suggest a phone number that can receive calls and texts, so a cell phone? I don't think it's about an email. I think it's about a phone number that can receive calls and texts. And that way we're saying,
Immediacy.
Yeah. Right. We're talking about immediacy. Yeah. Calls and/or, I would say and/or, not to imply that the phone is turned off. It needs to be on. Okay. Yep. Mm-hmm.
And then I would also say within 100 feet of the project as measured from the property line. And then I would also include, Sean, you're totally right. It's good that we looked at this. I would also include a new sentence that said a log of all calls shall be, applicants shall maintain a log of all calls and shall provide the same to the city at the city's request.
Yeah, of all calls and responses.
Yeah.
Meaning look, let's be fair to the applicant. If somebody calls, if somebody decides they want to harass the applicant, they should be able to put a note, this is a repeat caller from someone who's harassing the applicant, right? That there's no response needed because there was no issue. Right? Right? I mean, I want to be fair. Yeah.
Okay. So let's.
And shall provide. And calls and responses and shall provide the same to the city of Hunter.
Okay.
Cool. And that can go into the compliance report, right? So, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Let's get this.
Let's do it. Cool. We're done. So let's make the motion for the CUP and the STOA at the same time because we're done.
Great. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay. And that is for the CUP and the STOA as amended, as discussed herein.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. So can we have 2 roll call votes, please?
Okay. This is for the CUP. Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Abstain because I wasn't there last time.
There was no discussion.
At the last meeting?
Nope, we didn't take it up at all.
It's postponed.
You're joking.
It's postponed. So, yeah. Commissioner Lambert, do you want to vote or no?
No, I'll vote yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Pastor.
Yes. Okay, can we have the second roll call vote?
For the STOA, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi,
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco,
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert,
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Chair Pastor.
Yes.
Nobody voted woof.
Let's move on to the study session, which is discussion and direction regarding updates to the proposed concepts for amending the land use and circulation element of the city's general plan, Bergamot area plan, downtown community plan, and the zoning ordinance for consistency with the goals, policies, and programs of the fixed cycle housing element. So at this time, we're going to open the queue, the public comment queue. So for those of you who are interested in speaking in this item, now is the time to call in. And Melissa, will you flash the number again, please? And then as soon as she gets up for a minute, let's go ahead and, whoa, like, flash.
She's flashing, like we said.
Yeah, Chair, while they're resolving it, I just want to observe that we all should feel very proud of ourselves because a commission of cat people approved a dog hotel.
I never said I was a cat person.
I have a dog. I have a dog.
Oh, you have a dog now. That's right.
Right.
Okay, let's go ahead and move to the staff report, please.
Good evening, commissioners. I think Carrie just needs to load up presentation. Go. Okay. Could advance the slide. So we're pleased to be here tonight to continue our discussion on the concepts for housing element implementation. This picks up from the September 8th meeting when the commission was presented red lines for housing element implementation. At that time, the commission asked us to do additional outreach to the Housing Production Technical Working Group. We're also meeting with the Housing Commission tomorrow to kind of look at more detail on these. And I think what you're going to hear tonight is not what we haven't presented revised red lines, because what we wanted to do was to be able to walk the commission through kind of the original approach, provide you a summary of the feedback that we heard from our 2 sessions with the Housing Production Technical Working Group, and then provide the commission kind of, how what we've heard has updated the conceptual approach for these red lines. And then we would be planning to be back to the Planning Commission in February with revised red lines, and then ultimately to Council in March for adoption of code amendments to implement this first phase of housing element programs. Next slide. So the presentation today is going to go through a summary of the prioritized programs. So it's not all of the housing element programs, it's sort of the priority ones that are identified in the adopted housing elements. So the ones that have that March 2022 deadline for implementation are what are going to be brought forward. Next slide. You can see here, these are the programs that fit into that category. And I won't kind of enumerate all of them because we're going to spend some time going through each of these. So we'll jump right in and start with the Affordable Housing Production Program. This is the city's inclusionary ordinance, and we're actually going to look at the AHPP in 2 phases. So this is not a full comprehensive update of the AHPP that we're discussing tonight. The first phase is really focusing on what's necessary and connected to the proposed upzoning and the increase in FAR in basically all the commercial zones citywide. So what that requires is us looking at the AHPP, revising the minimum percentage for the on-site option. So as you're well aware, the existing AHPP is sort of a menu approach that allows applicants to select their inclusionary housing percentage based on income levels from 50% up to moderate income. And what's being proposed and what was assessed and studied as part of the housing element was establishing a new single baseline requirement of just 15%, and then equally distributed across low, very low, and moderate income levels. And this is consistent with the council's direction when they adopted the housing element. It's not, those numbers are not in the adopted housing element program, but that was certainly part of the council's direction in their adoption of the housing element. The other factor or component of the HPP that we'll be discussing is the threshold of applicability for when it's on-site unit versus a fee. We'd be looking to increase that from the current 4 units to 6 units. Again, that's based on some of the analysis that HRNA has done with regard to matching up, what the minimum inclusionary percentage is relative to the increase in FAR. So you can see that the goal in revising the AHPP is really in simplifying the language and requirements. It's been a number of decades since the HPP was introduced, and it's been amended many times over the years. And, I think what we're looking at is kind of aligning it with the programs in the housing element, and also looking at current best practices in terms of, how we can best produce affordable housing. The other component is obviously the offsite option. We're not talking specifically about some of the details around offsite units. That's additional work that needs to happen with the housing division, but we're just looking at least establishing the minimum percentage, which in this case is proposed to be 20%. Next slide. I'll touch on this briefly. This is, phase 2 of the AHPP update would be looking at kind of the remainder of the ordinance. So as you heard me say, we'd be looking, more detail at the offsite option, and as we discussed through the housing element update, providing, acquisition rehab as a potential option of existing units, converting those to deed restricted units as an option, which would be something, a new concept in the HPP. We talked about the possibility of a mixed compliance option. That's obviously a more complicated program, than we can do in this somewhat brief period. So, that's going to be stuff that will be discussed in time for the summer. Next slide. This map shows the SB 535 identified disadvantaged area of the city. So as a concept, offsite units could be located anywhere in the city except in this area that's highlighted in yellow. And next slide. This is now just an overview of what we heard from the technical working group when we talked about, again, the phase 1 part of the HPP update. So we talked about the increasing the threshold for on-site or off-site, and increasing that threshold to at least 6 units. And again, that's for consistency with the feasibility analyses. And you can see here that there was support from the working group, with the concept of increasing the threshold. What that means, practically speaking, is that up to 6 units, projects would have the option of paying a fee, and then beyond that, projects would be required to provide on-site or off-site units. The second component that was discussed with the working group was the establishing that baseline percentage, so changing it from the existing menu option to a 15% baseline. What we heard from the group is there was concern that the distribution doesn't work for offsite, which is actually a very good point. The working group raised ideas around, if in order to make offsite projects viable, by requiring a sort of even distribution, you'd be significantly reducing financing options. Obviously there is no public assistance for moderate income units, so the ability for the applicant to choose a particular income level would help them in terms of finding a nonprofit partner and being able to bring those offsite affordable housing projects to fruition. Next slide. You can see here, this slide shows how staff's recommended approach has evolved as a result of those discussions with the working group. So with respect to the threshold for on-site or off-site units, you heard me say that you started off with, what if we increase from 4 to 6 units? I think in further assessing, the reality of like what it means to do that calculation, and with the even distribution, I think we'd like actually there to be discussion of maybe consideration of allowing that in lieu fee payment even up to 20 units. The reason for that is, when you do the math of 15% of 20 units is 3 units, you get to a whole number of 1, 1, and 1 across the 3 affordable income levels. So that's just something that I think we would like to hear some feedback from the commission on. It's something that we've seen in some other inclusionary ordinances around the state. And I think part of the thinking there is that, with sort of larger projects, they're probably better able and better in a position to sustain on-site or off-site units, whereas relatively smaller projects, maybe there's greater value in collecting fees, recharging the housing trust fund, and, being a way to generate more affordable units through that method. So I think it's really looking at, what's the most efficient approach to produce affordable housing units. And then secondly, with respect to the establishing baseline percentage for the AHPP, the recommendation would continue to apply the even distribution only to the on-site option, but for the off-site, allow that flexibility for, up to 80% AMI, so the applicant could decide, a singular level if they wanted to. And again, that's because, that would provide them more flexibility with respect to financing those particular projects. At this point, I think we were planning on going through the whole presentation and then coming back to the commission if that's the preference.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. My thought is let's go ahead and go through the presentation, and then let's come back to these charts.
Sure.
That have your recommendations, and then we can discuss them.
Sounds great. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Steve now to talk about the DCP standards.
Great. Thanks, Jane. So,
I just, Chair, I would actually rather have a discussion when staff's report on each program is fresh. And then discuss that way. Is that?
So if I may just remind the commission that it generally is your practice and a better practice under the Brown Act to ensure that you've heard from the public as well before you engage in a full discussion.
Right. Okay. Harder on the brain, but better for everybody else.
Good evening, Commission. So Program 1F is to revise the Downtown Community Plan Development Standards to support housing projects. And this program involves modifying the existing DCP standards to support minimum affordable housing requirements while also ensuring that housing projects are feasible. As we know, the DCP is a specific plan and has its own affordable housing requirements that are separate from the citywide AHPP. However, the proposed amendments would change the overall framework that would align a bit more closer to the AHPP as Jane had outlined just now. Unlike in the mixed-use districts where we are eliminating the tier system for housing projects, just a reminder that we would be retaining the tier system in the DCP, and the height and FAR would be increased for housing projects at Tier 1 and Tier 2. Again, the current sliding scale established in the project's affordable requirement would be eliminated, and instead we would be moving towards set percentages that would be Tier 1 at 15% on-site or 20% off-site, Tier 2 at 20% on-site or 25% off-site, and Tier 3 at 25% on-site or 30% off-site. For the off-site option, currently the DCP requires that off-site locations be located within the downtown area or within a quarter mile of the market rate units. For greater flexibility, this would be changed to allow off-site affordable housing anywhere in the city, except for those areas designated as disadvantaged communities, similar to the AHPP off-site option that we just discussed. Next slide. So this table highlights the increased heights in FARs for the DCP districts based on the HRNA studies, including feasible FARs for housing projects ranging from 2.75 to 4.0, and heights ranging from 55 to 84 feet. One thing to note is that that the technical working group did not have any concerns or expressed any issues with the proposed heights and FARs in the DCP. Next slide. So additionally, this program includes potential revisions to development standards in efforts to increase housing production. So we discussed these standards on this list with the technical working group, which we've heard through public comments seen as barriers to housing production, which are specific to the DCP, including fewer restrictions on housing on the ground floor, as well as the off-site affordable percentages. So what we heard from the technical working group was to allow for ground floor residential along mid-block parcels and also require ground floor commercial on some street corners. In terms of the off-site affordable option, the working group shared concerns that the proposed 40% for Tier 3 projects is too high and would be a barrier to the off-site option for Tier 3 projects. Next slide. So considering these comments, we've updated the approach for these standards. We would expand the allowance for ground floor residential to all zones except for the DC district, which includes the Promenade, as we know, 2nd and 4th Street, and also except for parcels or portions of parcels that are 50 feet from the street corner, and that would be in either direction, the side or the front. And for the offsite percentage, it would be 20%, 25%, and 30% for Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3, respectively. And these are lower than the supportable percentage indicated by the HRNA studies, which Tier 3 tested up to 42% that could be supported through the offsite option. Next slide. And let's see here. So next, Ross will be going over Program 1J, which is revising the development standards to incentivize housing.
Thanks, Steve. So as Steve mentioned, this program is really based on the rest of the city besides the DCP, and it also would include the Bergamot area plan. But I do want to make a note that some of the discussion that we had with the TWG regarding development standards will very much influence direction on other DCP standards such as daylight plane and other maximum ground floor size. So we tried to just group them into one program for kind of ease of presentation. So Program 1J, like Steve mentioned, is to revise the LUCE, the zoning ordinance, and the BAP land use and development standards to incentivize housing over commercial and ensure feasibility of housing projects. Our main approach and our preliminary red lines were to eliminate the tier system for housing projects in non-residential districts, establish heights and FARs that can actually support the new 15% inclusionary on-site affordability requirement that's evenly distributed between the 3 income levels, to create a new housing definition, limiting non-residential uses to 25% of the square footage of the project, also to create new requirements for housing projects that formerly applied to Tier 2 projects. So now they would apply to all housing projects. And again, ultimately to revise any development standards that are a hindrance to housing production. So these next 2 slides show the tables of what the existing FAR and heights are within the various zone districts. This table is specific to the commercial districts and the employment districts. And you can see on the right-hand side that the new proposed FARs range anywhere from 2.25 to all the way up to 3.25, and heights range from 45 feet to 65 feet. These numbers were based on HRNA's feasibility analysis and really had an impact on the feasibility of housing projects, making sure that we are actually giving people the height and FAR they need to build housing. And this is a similar chart, but just specific to the Bergamot area plan. You can notice that the zone district that's highlighted in red on this screen and the 2 that are highlighted on this screen actually are where housing currently is not permitted, which we will get into in a later program. But those are the three that we will focus on a little bit later. So getting into the questions we spoke to with the technical working group and how that has updated our approach. So, we asked them regarding the building height and floor area ratio, if these FARs and heights made sense, that we'd be increasing the building height, no longer requiring a story limit. We'd be increasing the FAR and upzoning areas that are historically not developed housing. The TWG were obviously very supportive of increasing the FAR and heights, except for they did have one comment specific to the Bergamot Transit Village. They recommended that we actually increase the BTV zone district to 65 feet instead of 55 and 2.75 FAR instead of 2.5. The reasoning for this comment was that they felt that the BTV zone district was very near to transit, and it would also create variations between the zone districts. Because as you can see on this prior slide, the new minimum FARs and heights that HRNA provided us were all very the same, all at 2.5 and 55 feet. And BTV historically, as you can see on the yellow columns, has always been a little bit higher and larger than the other zone districts. So they felt that this would continue to provide that variation between the 4 zone districts. And they also noticed that, MUB and MUBL had very similar, if not exactly the same height and FARs, and they wondered if it would be possible to maybe consolidate those 2 zones districts into one. So our updated approach is actually really a question for you guys that we'll get to regarding the BTV zone district. The first option would be to just implement the feasible FARs of 55 feet and 2.5 FAR, or if you guys would be supportive of increasing the BTV to be a little bit taller than the rest of the zone districts for the reasons I mentioned. As far as the consolidation of MUB and MUBL, staff is not ready to kind of weigh in on that yet, because it's going to take us a minute to really see that, are the FARs and heights the only things that remain similar? What about the land uses? So if possible, consolidation is definitely an option, but we haven't dug in deep enough to see what the differences still might be, if at all. The next topic was the definition of housing projects. So it would be to create a definition that is consistent with the DCP per council's direction, which would be limiting non-residential usage to 25% of the square footage of the project, that non-residential uses are only limited to the first 2 floors. And this does differ from the AHA definition, which is a 33%. TWG initially had some hesitation on the 33% or the new 25% because there was concern with large-scale projects maybe being constrained with this. However, we did a little research on the current Vons project, and even with that very large grocery store, it actually is only taking up about 15 to 16% of the project size. So staff didn't feel that the 25% really presented an issue as far as limiting commercial or non-residential space. And then the other comment was to potentially allow nonprofit uses. They specifically pointed out, like the Boys and Girls Club, to maybe be exempt from this provision, that those specific uses would be allowed to exceed the 25%. At the moment, as I mentioned, there is no updated approach because we feel 25% is still adequate and it is per council's direction. But if you feel that maybe there are some uses that could kind of go beyond the non-residential uses, such as that Boys and Girls Club, we would appreciate that direction from you guys tonight. The next topic was coming up with a specific section for housing project requirements. So this was taking what used to be required only when a housing project was a tier 2 project, which included implementation of a unit mix, increased impact fees, augmented TDM requirements, and it would also now include a mitigation design and evaluation for projects in air quality assessment zone. We are still working out with HRNA kind of the appropriate fee adjustment. The current tier 2 is you would only provide 14% additional fee only on the increase above tier 1. As there no longer will be tiers, we need to potentially adjust that. Does it maybe apply to the whole project? and what that percentage would be. So we are still working out what that appropriate percentage would be. But the main comment was regarding unit mix. The technical working group felt that unit mix makes projects difficult sometimes, and it should be modified to potentially only apply to the affordable units on the project, or maybe it should only be applied in certain areas of the city where family size units are appropriate. So this staff is again asking the commission a question regarding the three options that we've kind of initially come up with. The first option is to maybe just reduce 2 and 3 bedroom requirements to 10% for 2 bedrooms and only 5% for 3 bedrooms. Option 2 would be to only apply unit mix to the affordable units on site and not to the market rate. And option 3 would actually maybe more support the goal of affirmatively further fair housing strategy by requiring unit mix for larger units in only areas that have the highest access to desirable amenities, such as maybe 1,000 feet away from schools and parks would only be the areas that unit mix would be required. And lastly, for this program, this is one that kind of transcends into the DCP as well. It's regarding just the normal development standards. So the standards that we heard the most about during this whole process that were a hindrance to housing projects was the maximum ground floor height, maximum building footprint, active commercial design and use, ground floor residential restrictions, daylight plane, again, unit mix, and some open space requirements. The technical working group was very supportive in our initial elimination of the maximum ground floor height. They suggested for the building footprint that it should only apply to the upper floors and not the ground floor. So the ground floor would get to span the entire site, but once you got to a certain height, then the building would have to be more modulated through a building footprint maximum. They were supportive. They believed that ground floor residential should be allowed. There was some discussion of maybe where commercial should be preserved, so maybe again the corners. They definitely gave suggestions on how the daylight plane should be adjusted to accommodate these now new building heights, so that as the 45-degree angle doesn't just continue to cut into the building, resulting in the new higher floors being, very small and, or maybe potentially even non-existent, which we have a diagram, which I will show in the next slide. And again, unit mix being difficult. So our updated approach is we actually agree that, they made some good arguments of why the building footprint should only apply to the upper floors above the podium level. So we were in agreement that the ground floor could not have that restriction. For ground floor residential restrictions, we agreed that they should be allowed everywhere, except for potentially maybe not on Main and Montana, given the concern of the character of those streets. As far as daylight plane, we have an alternative that we thought would work when we reviewed some other cities, and I'll go to the next slide to kind of show this. So it would be retained at the daylight plane would only begin at the 25-foot height that it does now. And it would go at a 45-degree angle towards the middle of the parcel. At the moment, the daylight plane doesn't have that 45-degree angle doesn't end. It would just continue on. Our suggestion would be that when that angle reaches what the maximum height is for the zone district, so let's say that was 55 feet, at that point, the daylight plane would cease and would continue vertically. So any new additional height, whether that's a story or height that would be added on top of the maximum building height through a state density bonus, would get to continue vertically. So you can see that light blue would no longer have to continue to have that 45 angle cut into it. So that is kind of our conceptual daylight plan diagram that we think would work, to address these new heights that we are now implementing for the zone districts. The next program is program 4A, which is allowing multi-unit housing where it currently is prohibited. So what the amendments that we initially proposed would do is to amend the zoning ordinance and Bergamot area plan, specifically the office campus, industrial conservation, creative conservation sector, and the civic center, where housing is actually not a permitted use. It's not even permitted through a CUP. So the amendment would address those 4 zone districts. And the amendments would also address affirmatively further for housing by promoting and providing housing development opportunities in areas of the city that have either prohibited housing development, like the 4 I just mentioned, or have historically not supported or resulted in housing development due to low development standards. So the approach, the first one would be very simple, would just be permitting housing in those 4 zone districts, making it permitted use. It would be promoting housing through feasible development standards, which ultimately, for the next bullet, is sometimes establishing or revising brand new standards for housing in zones where there are no standards for housing currently because it is not a permitted use. We would be removing existing restrictions, specifically in the Civic Center zone district, where housing was only allowed in mixed-use projects. And lastly, we would be updating standards to increase housing potential in certain neighborhood commercial districts. So along Main Street, Montana Avenue, and Summit Ocean Park. This map kind of really shows those areas that we're talking about. The areas in purple are the ones where housing is currently not permitted, where the areas circled in orange are where housing is technically permitted, but we just have not seen it because the development standards just were too much of a burden for housing production to be feasible. So our approach would be to establish FARs and building heights that would be supportive of housing. The technical working group was very supportive of these increases to FARs and building heights. So there has been no updated approach to these questions. The next one was we would now be, adding in we'd be adding in development standards for projects in zone districts that currently don't have standards for housing. So that would be adding, open space requirements, or we'd be revising the ground floor height or the building footprint or the active ground floor design because they maybe did not make sense for housing projects. The technical working group was supportive. They really want us to support housing in these districts, and they specifically said that we need to look at ground floor commercial design, that it needs to be simplified, and they wanted us to find ways to, though, still encourage local small-scale commercial by potentially looking at how parking impacts that, so either reducing it or even eliminating it in general. So the question that we are posing to the Planning Commission tonight is kind of 2 initial options. One would be maybe just eliminating minimum parking requirements in these specific zone districts for when commercial is provided in housing projects. Or option 2 would be maybe just providing a discount or credit of 10 spaces for when commercial is provided, that for the first 10 spaces, they wouldn't have to provide parking. And this actually very much aligns with interim provisions that the city already implements for when there are changes of uses that add parking to a site. If it is not more than 10 parking spaces, you do not need to provide additional parking where it would not be feasible. And these options would really intend to introduce commercial uses in housing projects in areas that have not fully transitioned to complete neighborhoods yet. They don't have community serving needs that currently exist for the IC and OC zone districts. The next topic in this program was really looking at that active ground floor commercial design, specifically the minimum average depth, floor elevation, street facade, transparency, pedestrian-oriented development. Technical working groups just really commented that these need to be as simplified as possible so they are not a hindrance to housing production. So we will continue working through that. And then lastly, for this program, we wanted to bring up kind of the concern that we heard also from the Planning Commission about preserving the neighborhood character along Main Street in Montana. We just wanted to provide a little, reason why you're seeing, such increases to height in FARs on those zone districts. And it's really, first is if you were to reduce the capacity on those sites, it would have to be, transferred to some other areas of the city. But largely, the reason you're seeing those FARs and heights is because of the impacts to affirmatively further for housing. if we don't do this, it will not fairly address the equitable housing opportunities in the neighborhood commercial districts. These districts have historically not produced housing due to insufficient FAR and heights, and their land values and small lot sizes, only are able to go higher. So that is largely why you're seeing some of those larger FARs and heights. It's a matter of affirmatively for housing and actually making housing possible, or at least the opportunity for housing. It does not mean that overnight there will be a wholesale change to these zone districts, but just opening up the opportunity. And the last program I'm going to discuss real quick is program 1D. This was actually not discussed with the technical working group because the program is actually very specific in the housing element. And the program is reducing and eliminating parking requirement for certain housing projects. And really, it's very direct that it is to apply parking overlay 1 rates to all housing projects, which really parking overlay 1 rates more align with what state density bonus kind of already require, or the maximum state density bonus kind of already requires for most housing projects. So the amendments would be just to align all housing projects with overlay 1 rates. And there is some small revisions to the parking and loading designs, such as providing flexibility to passage or loading spaces, how we allow compact spaces at grade or on the first level above or below grade, and allowing alternative parking standards for projects providing affordable units per the state density bonus law located with 1/2 mile of major transit. So this has been actually very specific and direct, but the one question that we would like for the Planning Commission is, we currently don't have an updated approach because of the direction that the program already provides, but we are asking whether maybe a parking incentive similar to the one that I just described in 4A, such as maybe eliminating parking or maybe kind of giving that discount or credit, should maybe be applied to the neighborhood commercial zone districts along Main Street and Montana. This kind of concept is based on concerns expressed through the technical working group that parking is a hindrance to housing projects. But this would also maybe alleviate the concern of housing projects changing commercial character of those neighborhoods. And it may also assist project feasibility due to the relatively small lot sizes along Main Street in Montana. With that, I'm going to hand it back to Steve to discuss our streamlining approvals program.
Thanks, Ross. So program 1A is to allow for by right approvals for housing projects. And this program intends to provide certainty for housing providers by allowing a ministerial approval process, and that would be for 100% affordable housing projects, code-compliant housing projects, even those granted modifications or waivers per the zoning code, code-compliant downtown projects, also with granted modifications that do not exceed Tier 2 maximums. Of course, these projects would still be subject to some form of design review. Now, these allowances are already available through the interim zoning ordinance 2645 that is currently in effect, and this program 1A will make this IZO and its processing thresholds permanent as part of the zoning code. It would also incorporate the streamline changes made to the DCP back in August 2020, which revised the review process for Tier 3 housing projects, if you guys can recall, from a development agreement to a development review permit, providing greater certainty in the review of larger housing projects in the downtown. Next slide. So here's a simple flow chart of the streamlined review process for such housing projects as allowed by the IZO currently in effect. Prior to filing the formal administrative approval permit application, the project applicant would host a community meeting for neighborhood residents to discuss the conceptual project. Once the AA application is filed with the city, the project is reviewed for zoning code compliance, including the review processes for any modifications or waivers of any standards as established in the zoning code. As part of this step, the project would be reviewed by the ARB or landmarks for a recommendation on the project design, and that would be prior to the AA approval. After the AAA is approved, the next step would include the actual formal design review for either the ARB or landmarks approval. And then the last step would be plan check review leading up to the building permit issuance. So the technical working group was supportive of this permit streamlining per the IZO. There was a comment to consider eliminating the development review permit for Tier 3 housing projects in the downtown and allow these projects to also be reviewed under an AA application. And also a comment to hold the community meeting after the AA application is filed to allow for some concurrent review to help further streamline the process. As we know, this step is currently placed before any application is filed as a way for the project to address any neighborhood concerns before plans are prepared for filing. Next slide. So staff does not propose any changes to the current IZO process at this time. However, we'll consider a minor change in removing the deed restriction requirement as it appears duplicative of the what is already required under Chapter 6.22, which is our residential leasing requirements. Next slide. Moving on to the next program, which is 1B, which is to streamline the ARB process for housing projects. This would allow for smaller housing projects to be reviewed at the staff level and board review for larger projects that would happen concurrent with the entitlement review process instead of after the project is being approved by the Planning Commission as we are accustomed to. Next slide. So these concepts were discussed with the Planning Commission back in October. For DR applications, it would involve a single formal review by the ARB that would happen prior to the Planning Commission's consideration of the project. And this would allow for a more streamlined and predictable process. For AA applications, ARB review would be concurrent with the AA review. And this way we would front load the design review and then also allow the ARB and also the public an opportunity early in the process to provide input where design changes could be incorporated and then also checked for zoning compliance as part of the AA approval. The number of hearings would be consistent with state law, such as the requirements for SB 330. And although a bit higher than staff's recommended 7,500 square feet, we would expand the staff level approval threshold to 10,000 square feet in multi-unit as well as the OP districts. And next, Jing will be going over the final program, which is 2D, which is the update to the city's density bonus ordinance.
Great, thanks, Steve. So the red line amendments for the density bonus ordinance are actually pretty straightforward. It essentially codifies the interim approach that council endorsed back when they were giving direction on the draft housing element, and what it does is, applies density bonus to maximum allowable FARs at the Tier 1 level, and it would create a menu of incentives and concessions. Next slide. When we discussed this with the technical working group, we spent actually much of the time discussing the menu of concessions and incentives, and I think out of that discussion came a suggestion by the working group, about creating a sort of desirable menu that could create standards or concessions and incentives on that menu that would be attractive to developers in exchange for potentially, additional affordable housing. It was an idea that was put out there. We did reach out for kind of additional follow-up from the group as to, what that might be, but we hadn't received additional input regarding that. But that was a suggestion that was put forward. And also consider increasing the height concession above 10 feet. Again, when we put out the red lines, it's not these are just suggestions, certainly open to discussion. There's nothing hard and fast about them, so I know there's a lot of opinions and emotion around this topic, so I just want to assure that these are ideas that are being put out for the menu, and kind of reflecting back what we had heard, that was important was building height and minimum ground floor height, daylight plane standard. Those are things that we are aware of that are issues. We would note here that we may not have the time to be formalizing and completely revising every possible standard that has been identified as barriers to housing. Per Program 1J and the housing element, requires us to at least evaluate those standards, which is what we're going through at the moment. And certainly the revisions to those may unfold over a longer period of time. But what we're trying to do is to at least identify those things and then kind of work through what might be some possible solutions to that. Next slide. In light of the working group's suggestions, the approach on calculating density bonus doesn't change. I think that's something that is, we've shared with the commission before in terms of applying density bonus to the FAR, and there wasn't any commentary on that. But with respect to the menu, kind of an idea, just kind of building from the suggestion from the working group was to incentivize more affordable housing as they had put forth, and by offering a buy right concession for increased percentage of on-site affordable. So I think it's sort of just is there some amount of concession that would make it viable. I think that's what we were trying to understand from the group when that suggestion was put forward. Next slide. And then finally, I won't spend a bunch of time on this, but there are other kind of clarifying amendments that we're going to bring forward as a package when we come forward to the council in March. And we had discussed this last time. There are a handful of non-substantive cleanups with respect to the R1 standards. These are standards that have, as we've implemented the update to the R1 standards over the last couple of years, we've just found things that have come up repeatedly from applicants, homeowners, that they're confused about. So this was an opportunity just to sort of clean that up. We've received direction from council through a 13 item to update home sharing regulations with respect to accessory structures. So that's something that will also be brought forward. And then finally, obviously any code amendments necessary for consistency and implementation of SB 9 would also be brought forward as part of that package. I would note that we are working on an information item for the City Council and anticipate releasing that information item on SB 9 before the end of the month. And that brings us to our final slide. Again, just reiterating, where we're at tonight is a conceptual discussion on approach and, really looking for the Commission's feedback on some of the updated approaches in light of that additional outreach with the working group. We would be returning to the Planning Commission with the actual revised red lines based on your direction tonight in February, and that's in anticipation of going to the City Council for adoption of the ordinance and formalizing those code amendments in line with our housing element implementation timeline in our adopted housing element. So that concludes our presentation for this evening. I want to note that in addition to the housing team, we also have HRNA staff on this call. If you happen to have any questions about any of the financial feasibility analyses.
Thank you, Jane. I think that we should hold our questions for staff and that we should hear public comment, and then let's start through the slides that they're asking us for recommendation on, and as we go through each of those, we can have, I'm going to suggest that we have questions, discussion, and then take straw poll votes. So let's start public comment. Melissa, how many callers do we have in the queue?
So far, just one, but do we want to share the public comment phone number again since it didn't go well last time?
Great idea.
Let me try that.
So perhaps we can have that on the screen as we have our public commenter speaking.
And Chair, my understanding is that the presentation is now online, so we can all see it and play with it ourselves.
Thank you. Yeah. So if you have the agenda up, you probably just need to refresh it, and you'll be able to. Melissa, will you call our public commenter, please?
Sure thing. Our one caller in the queue is from a phone number ending in 5209. You are now off mute and live in the meeting. Please state your name for the record, and you have 3 minutes for your comments.
Thank you, Melissa. This is Ken Kutcher calling, and appreciate the opportunity to speak to the commission tonight. My preliminary comments are handicapped by the absence of an updated red line, but I'm going to accordingly address my comments with respect to the September 8 red line as amplified by the staff report. Because the city is charged with producing nearly 9,000 new units in this next housing cycle, in the brief time I have to speak, I'd like to address a few of the big picture concerns regarding regulatory constraints to new housing production. And I hope you all have noted that Paula Larmore has submitted a more comprehensive list of comments that we'd like to share with the commission and staff. The 5 points I'd like to try and touch on are bedroom mix, the high-rise definition, the 555 percentage AHPP distribution, the AHPP rounding formula, and the on-menu concessions and incentives. As to the bedroom mix, we think the decision as to how many bedrooms to build should generally be left to the marketplace, but alternatively, the idea of regulating the bedroom mix as to the AHPP units per option 2, is an approach that we could find support for. As to the high-rise definition, Santa Monica's unique 55-foot high-rise definition is clearly a barrier to using state density bonus law in all the zoning districts where 55 feet is allowed for the base project. That 55-foot limitation, rather than the 75-foot statewide definition, forces density bonus housing projects with additional height into a much more expensive construction type. In this regard, I'd encourage the Commission to ask the code experts from Fire and Building and Safety to attend your next housing element hearing and address the need for this key definition that hampers housing production under the state density bonus law. Next, with respect to the HPP's 5% equal distribution across 3 income levels, that has the practical effect of forcing a housing project to emit a full 25% affordable in order to achieve the 50% density bonus that's allowed by state law, utilizing 15% very low income. I'm confident this is not what the state legislature intended when it specified the percentages in the code. Next, the HPP rounding formula is set forth in the September red line should be rejected. And instead, you should go to the current rounding formula from the downtown, which is found in section 9.10.070, capital C 1, lowercase a, Romanet 3, and that has a rounding formula where basically the percentages of all the income categories can be lumped together into a whole number, and the applicant can pick which affordability level to provide.
And that has been
finally,
3 minutes. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much.
Mr. Kutcher, I would like to hear the rest of your comments. So my question is, what other comments do you have? I see you, Leslie. Hold on.
Yeah, I just had one final comment, which is as to the on-menu concessions and incentives. And as the Commission has repeatedly supported in the past, I think this should be a much more robust list than at least was published back in September. That would be very helpful in terms of the state density bonus. Thank you very much.
Ken, hold on. I know at least Commissioner Lambert has a question.
Hi, Ken. Actually, I have a couple questions. Can you tell us what you believe the impact would be of redefining housing projects citywide as no more than 25% non-residential floor area? What would the impact of that?
Yeah, I mean, I question whether or not that's acceptable per state law with, a statewide definition of what a housing project is. And the question is, of course, 25% means you get more housing, but on the other hand, there are going to be some projects that won't happen because of that limitation. And then on top of that, there are, and I'm talking in that regard about commercial projects. On top of that, you have concerns about, social service agencies, Boys and Girls Club, and, the arbitrary limitation of 25%. Somebody needs to reach out to them and find out whether that will work for them. My impression is it does not.
I guess my question more goes to process. How does that impact projects that would otherwise be and may still be subject to the Housing Accountability Act?
Yeah, the Housing Accountability Act utilizes the 33% threshold, and this cuts into that. And I think there's a clear conflict there, and I don't know how we're going to resolve that concern. But
I guess
yeah,
my question: do you believe that the 25% define HAA projects for Santa Monica, or would we have to abide by the 33% in state law?
My position would be that that the city needs to abide by the 33%. I assume the city attorney's office feels differently.
Okay, thank you. That's my other question.
Okay, Commissioner Landros and then Commissioner Fondo-Bernardi.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Kutcher. I read your email, your letter on behalf of the Santa Monica Housing Council. I was curious, and similar to the question regarding the 25 for this versus 33, do you, short of simply raising the high-rise definition to 75 feet, which I believe this commission tried, at least a number of us tried to do, I'm wondering if you have any further comments on that issue. We seem to have been stymied by concerns from our fire department, and I'm not sure we have a late letter from former Commissioner Amy Anderson who raises the question of whether it's within our purview or whether it's a building and fire life safety issue. So I'm wondering if you have any comments on that.
Well, I, as a land use lawyer, am certainly not in a position to second guess fire life safety. I read and distributed to the commission the recitals and findings of fact that led to that conclusion back in 1995, and the idea that we're in an earthquake zone and we have sea breezes and we get rainy weather sometimes and we have buildings close to each other, those are not convincing to me. There may be convincing reasons, and I think that the commission's entitled to hear those, but those don't sound very convincing to me, and that's why I think it's worth drilling down and finding out, is this really a life safety concern or is it driven by other policy issues? And I don't know that. I know that there's been a lot of life safety improvements and codified requirements since 1995, and I would think that would help mitigate some of those concerns. But I don't want to say that I'm a fire life safety expert. I'm not. And the commission isn't either, but I think the commission's entitled to hear those concerns.
Sure.
And I don't see those in the resolution.
I understand, and I would like to see I would like to pursue this further as well, but so thank you for that. My other question is, and this is somewhere where I think, again, there may be some misunderstandings, and I'm reading your letter where you even quote council members on it, and I just want to pursue it a little bit. This question of the city reserving the right to raise or lower FAR. And my understanding, I was one of the people who was pushing for this qualifying language, and I want to make sure that I want to understand if you understand it the same way, or if you were you were understanding it differently, was that if, for instance, we wanted to go back off the staff report and keep Main Street at a lower height, we were going to need to go and find height somewhere else. That's even come up in the staff presentation, such as in the Bergamot Transit Village or somewhere else. And that the notion of reserving the right to raise or lower was not about lowering the heights in FARs from what they are now, but rather the risk, the legal risk of publishing a table that says we think they're going to be A, B, and C, and then realizing, oh no, wait, Main Street can't go that high. We need to move that height and density somewhere else. I read your letter to be suggesting that you thought that the city was looking to reduce height in FAR, and I, am attempting to re-explain that, and I think our council members understood it the way we did. Did you understand that differently?
I did hear that those comments in that way. My two concerns are, one, that should have happened already. The state is looking for the city to specify exactly what the intended, heights and FARs, as fundamental as those are, for the housing element, so they can evaluate whether or not the city is likely to reach its, obligation. And in addition, that's what the SSI is grounded in. And so that's a whole lot of reworking to do to change those. And so, yes, Commissioner Landris, that's the way I understood it. I just feel that, it's too late. The train has left the station, and now we're going to change numbers again and change their entire analysis. And I find that to be unlawful and uncomfortable.
I understand what you're saying. I just wanted to reiterate, since you called in and we're looking at this and it's even come up in the staff presentation, we're not talking about reducing the overall capacity. We're talking about moving that height in FAR around to maintain the neighborhood character and historic preservation where it needed to be done. And I wanted to make sure that you understood the intent of that language.
Sure do. And, I have clients that are trying to find certainty, and, that takes away certainty again.
I hear what you're saying. Thanks. I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes. Hi, Ken. You had a question regarding the rounding, and I didn't quite understand how you envisioned it. Can you explain that, the last part of your 5-part
framework? For sure. Yes. As I understand the rounding formula when I read the September red line, each income category at 5%, to the extent there's a fraction, is rounded up or down. And the way it works in the downtown today, which also has, varied requirements for the different income levels, is that when you have a fraction for an individual income level and a fraction for another individual income level, you add those, you can aggregate those fractions and come up with a whole number. You don't, on each income level, do your rounding, because you're going to end up having a greater obligation if you do rounding on each income level rather than taking all those fractions together and adding them together.
Okay.
And that's the way the downtown formula is, and it's worked fine.
Okay, that's what I need to know. Thank you.
Sure. And in that same vein, the applicant gets to choose which one of those, after they round up to the next whole number on the aggregate, they get to choose which income level to produce. And frankly, if I'm an applicant and I want to figure out how to use my density bonus, I'm going to pay particular attention to which income level I choose for that.
Okay. So, do we have any more callers, Melissa?
Yes, we have one more in the queue.
Okay, let's move forward with that, please.
I'm unmuting our caller with the number +48131. Hello, please state your name clearly for the record, and you have 3 minutes for your statements.
Caller, we cannot hear you. Can you please unmute your phone? What was that number, the last 4 digits again, Melissa?
8131. And they are off mute.
Hi.
There you go.
Hi, Commissioners. It's Amy Anderson calling.
Oh, hi, Amy.
Resident of Santa Monica. Hi. Just want to start, as always, for thanking all of you for your time and investment of substantial brain power in chewing on these issues, and just want to acknowledge how really important and meaningful they are. I think it can seem like really specific details that all of this, all of these changes and considerations to the regulations are going to ideally result in more housing production, and that gets us to more housing affordability. So please keep up the good work. I sent some comments to you in an email really right before your meeting started, but just wanted to highlight 2 pieces in particular that were important to me. One was about the income targeting for the 15% inclusionary units. Want to encourage the Planning Commission to try and allow for more flexibility around the income targeting in order to ensure that housing providers can take full advantage of state density bonus laws. But the moderate income targeting and I think the 80% AMI targeting won't allow your state density bonus law to be able to add additional density. So, either, and frankly, I would say that if a developer wanted to commit all 15% of the inclusionary units towards, 60% AMI and below, that's an added benefit to the city. So I think it's important to allow for that flexibility, that it shouldn't be required to hit those 3 income targets. Then the other thing that wanted to say has disappeared from my, I think I just wanted to say, it's so fantastic, and I feel like Santa Monica stands out as a community that has shifted towards the administrative approval of its housing projects. But really, to realize that full benefit, I think it is important to set deadlines for when those approvals, need to be made. So making sure that there's like a 90-day limit to review and approval of those AA applications. And then I just throw out that I hear a lot about many communities in implementing SB 9 that they're really trying to circumvent the intent of that law, and I would encourage the Planning Commission to really be thoughtful about how we can make this new subdivision opportunity a reality in Santa Monica, because I think it'll be a fantastic opportunity to expand homeownership opportunity. So that's all. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thanks, Amy. I'm sure other folks will have questions, but I'll just start. Thanks as always for your comments. Can you talk a little bit more? I mean, I, for one, and I know I have lost this battle with the council, but I, for one, am very against the equal distribution of the units because, well, lots of reasons. But can you explain a little bit more why it's problematic in terms of the density bonus?
Yeah, I mean, it's my understanding that the state density bonus, the density bonuses, maybe this is the best way to say it, the density bonuses and like the sessions become available when projects set aside affordable units at 60% AMI and below. I think that there are some opportunities for moderate income and things like that, but in general, right? So if the income targeting is at 80% and I don't know what mod is 120%, then those housing developments aren't going to be able to take advantage of the state density bonus provisions. And, unless Santa Monica figures out a way locally to allow that to happen, I guess that would be another alternative, right? Is for our own zoning code to say that the density bonus is going to be like there'll be alignment with the provisions of state density bonus for projects that set aside units towards moderate and 80% AMI units.
Thank you. Does anyone else have questions for Amy? Commissioner Lambert.
Hi, Amy. It's Leslie. The way I'm understanding it would work, and I'm going to ask staff to clarify this, that if someone came in with, for example, a density bonus project with 15% very low income units, that would be the full density bonus they'd be entitled to. On top of that, they would have to do 5% low income and 5% moderate income. In your years of experience in developing housing, do you think that's at all feasible?
I guess, rather than rely on me, I kind of feel like that's what,
we need a feasibility. Right.
Yeah, your HRA and our RA, analysis is already kind of demonstrating to you that isn't feasible, right? I think that's how you're even getting to the 15%, right? Because what you're saying basically is that you'd have to go to 25%.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I have one more question. Thanks. Hi, Amy. So you wrote in your letter that you supported the streamlined the new approach to streamlining approvals for housing projects.
Yes.
Given your experience with affordable housing in particular, the working group had, and I think also Hank Koning's letter had some thoughts about the order in which community meetings should occur relative to the submission of the application. And I just wondered, given your experience, what you think is the right order for that.
Yeah, it does seem like parallel tracking those things rather than setting up that sequential process would make the most sense. I guess it's a little unclear to me what the benefit is of not allowing the application to be submitted until a community meeting has been held, right? Especially if the goal, one of the goals, right, is about trying to shrink the amount of time it takes to get through the process. Yeah.
So, right. So because I know you've been here for these dilemmas, how would you incentivize a project to do that problem solving, right? That occurs when somebody who lives in the neighborhood shows up and says, look, I know I don't get a say in whether or not this housing is coming in, but if you move this curb cut by 15 feet, you're going to solve this problem that's otherwise going to get created, because this is what happens if you lived in the neighborhood, you would know it, right? That very practical lived experience. If the application is already in, what's the incentive to fix the project? I'm genuinely asking. We're trying to balance multiple concerns, and I'm not trying to slow things down, but I do want to make sure that we benefit from lived experience in terms of solving, say, mobility issues or whatever it is.
Yeah. I guess, Commissioner, I just wonder where the incentive is if you do it sequentially as well, right? So,
right.
I think I think there's always the opportunity to make a modification to the application, but it's always better to try and get the process going in case there isn't a need to make a change, right?
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you as always.
You're welcome.
From you.
Thank you. All right. Thanks. Bye.
Okay, Melissa, do we have any other callers?
No more callers.
Let's go ahead, I guess, and put a minute on the clock to allow people a last opportunity to call in. And then I'm going to suggest that we have a 5-minute break. And then let's dig in and get this discussion going and get this done.
Well, we're not going to be together for New Year's, so, if anybody wants to count down.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Okay. So it is now 8:04 on the clock. Let's get back here no later than 8:10. I'll give you 6 whole minutes. And that's it. Thanks. Okay. The same. Commissioner. Okay, we're back. Oh, there's just going to be like this footage in the archives of me eating at like every single. Okay, so staff, do you want to bring up the presentation again? And in particular, let's go to the slides that you have the chart that has your original recommendation, what came from the working group. Yes. Okay. So let's just go ahead and do round robin for questions of staff as related to Program 2C. So let's start. I'm going to start as you appear on my screen. Let's start with Commissioner Lambert.
Lambert? You say Lambert?
Lambert, yes.
I have a question about, I think I was one of the ones who proposed this 4 to 6 unit increase for AHPP. Practically speaking, on an R2 property that has a unit cap of 3, how would that work? Would it work at all? Staff?
So for increasing, well, it's just that for a project in that zone, they would be eligible to pay the fee.
They would what?
For a project in that zone, in a zone that had a density cap, those are largely our multi-unit residential neighborhoods.
Right.
They would just be eligible to pay the fee.
Okay, so I guess my point is the meaningfulness of this, because most of our properties that are multifamily are R2, but there's a 3 unit cap on those properties. So
well,
increasing age. What?
It ranges. So in R2, it's 4. In the R3,
I thought it was 3.
No, it's 4 is the maximum. In the R3, it's 5. Yeah, and the R4.
Oh, okay. My point is, if we're increasing AHPP applicability to 6 units, which is 6 units in R2, why are we doing this? Unless we remove the cap.
Well, it's actually not. I think an idea we put out there is instead of 6 is actually to consider 20.
It's actually considered what?
20 units as the threshold.
R2 property, 1 lot. The maximum you could build on that lot is 4 units. Maximum you could build on that lot is 4 units. Mm-hmm. We're increasing the AHPP application to 6 units, which you can't build anyway.
Right, but again, I think this is not about necessarily building the units. It's about thinking about what's the most efficient approach to, some of these smaller projects. Like, does it make sense to continue to require an on-site requirement in these smaller projects, or does it make sense just to allow these projects to pay an in lieu fee,
no, I
which is not a nominal amount, and have that funding go towards producing more affordable housing as opposed to 1 unit in a project?
My point is that we've seen a lot of properties that are building 3 units instead of 4 because they didn't want to do AHPP. And so we've increased it to 6, but you can't build 6 anyway.
But you don't get the restriction, so we'll get 4 instead of 3.
Oh, that's true.
That's why.
But we'll never get 6.
Right, but we'll get 4 instead of 3.
Okay. So are we still only on the first paragraph, you guys? Hello?
Yes, we're on this particular slide.
Yeah, we're on this slide. So why don't you ask any questions you have on this slide?
Why don't you go on to someone else? I got to rethink my thinking here.
Okay. Commissioner Raskin, are you ready?
Yeah, I only have a few questions. Of course, we'll have a lot more to say in discussion. Just one preliminary clarifying question. For the purposes of counting units here for the on-site requirement, ADUs do not count. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And this is kind of more of a rhetorical question, but it's fair to say that the in lieu fees don't really correspond to the actual construction costs of a new unit, right?
I don't think that's accurate. We actually revisited this point with our housing division staff. So for multi-unit, and I have to bring up that information, I believe the fee is something close to almost $40 a square foot for multi-unit projects. So when you look at an average condo project, even one that's 4 units, it generates probably close to, I think it's like $400,000 or $500,000. I mean, maybe not that high, but it's in the hundreds of thousands. Like it certainly is enough to cover the cost of a unit. So I don't believe it's accurate to say that it doesn't cover the cost of that unit.
All right, I think that's all the questions I've got for this slide.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi? Questions?
Yeah, I'm in favor of the 6-unit increase because we do get that 4th unit. I'm not in favor of going to 20 units because I'm not convinced, as Commissioner Raskin is possibly, that the fees we collect are actually enough to build the missing units. The cost of construction is so off the charts now that we really can't even keep up with our fees to really produce those extra units. But we will not be leaving units on the table, let's say, by going from, let's say in our case, 3 now to 6. I think we will get that extra 4th unit or whatever the extra unit is, given the lot size. That's going to be the driver. So that's my only question.
Sorry, what's the actual question? Is that a question or a comment?
It's a comment. It's a comment.
Okay,
In favor,
okay.
Favor 6 versus 20.
Okay. Commissioner, who's next? Fresco. Any questions?
I don't have questions about this, but I do have questions about making us each get called on and going through this for every slide, because we will be here all night. So maybe if anyone has any questions, they can raise their hand and we can, you see what I'm saying?
That is your preference, and we can certainly do that. Commissioner Landa.
Thank you very much.
I'm wondering if we could do questions and if we could just do this slide and be done with it and then move on.
I would like to do each row at a time and take a vote and go to the next row. That is how we're going to do this.
Okay, great. That's great. So we're going to do them all. All right. So okay. So on row 1, in lieu of questions, I want to say I'm concerned that our unit cap limit.
Question.
Right, but we're still on row 1, right?
Yes, we are doing questions for staff.
Okay. Staff, do you think that the state is going to eviscerate our unit cap ordinance just as it did the height and FAR ordinance last year? I mean, like, don't you agree? Sorry, it's like I think that the issue here is I don't know that our unit cap, on the basis that our unit cap rule is maybe going to go away in the near future. My question would be for colleagues and staff, whether we ought to tag our in lieu fee, anticipate that, which would make building, we know from last year's studies that we think that 7 units, including one affordable, is feasible. A developer can make money on that. That's what we've been told by HRNA. So I kind of agree with Mario that we don't want to take the unit in lieu fee all the way up to 20. I would probably, on the assumption that eventually those caps are going to go away, I'd like to have, allow the in lieu fee to go up to about 7 or 8. I mean, up to the 6, because we know that at 7 it's feasible. But I would want to track the feasibility so that the in lieu fee goes up to just below feasibility, if that makes sense. That's my interpretation. in the form of a question.
So if I can just address that, I guess the sort of overall assumption there, that's, I think we're putting that question out there, should up to 20 units be considered? We provided you some of our analysis and thinking around why, because when you do the math, you end up with fractional units with anything less than 20, if it's the even distribution. I think the other, I would not assume that the density caps in our multi-unit residential neighborhoods are going to be removed. That certainly has not been anything that has been discussed. In our housing element update, I think we shared before that, it's a anti-displacement measure in our multi-unit residential neighborhoods where the vast majority of our rent control units are located. We're not depending on our multi-unit residential neighborhoods to be producing the units necessary to meet our RHNA. The sites are largely in our commercial zones. So, when we were thinking about the HPP broadly, did it make sense to set it at such a low threshold? We don't see 6-unit projects in our commercial zones, right? We see probably something at least 50, and higher. So did it, I think it, when you looked at realistically and sort of, all holistically everything together, kind of brought us to, asking this question as to whether it made sense to raise it to that, 20-unit level.
So then let me ask a follow-up question on your anti-displacement point. It's still every month and a half or so, we at the Planning Commission get another vesting tract map, right? It's not every meeting. It's not as infrequent as every 6 months, but I would say, we get one every month and a half or 2 months or so. Since SB 330 came in, and since the anti-displacement protections came in, have you seen a slowdown in the number of applications to do these tract maps?
I don't have that objective data to say whether there's a slowdown pre and post, and certainly COVID threw a wrench in things, so it's sort of hard to pull that information. I can say anecdotally that we have told a handful of applicants that they could not proceed with their project to demolish existing units and replace it like they used to, with condos because of SB 330.
That's good. I mean, I guess my point would be, and it would be something that I would love to see continue to be studied, is that if they're going to knock it down anyway, we better, like, if we're going to put people through that hell and they're going to have to be displaced and they're going to have to recompensated, then it's really frustrating to see these projects come back with 3 units when we could be zoning for 6 or 7, right? I know what the law is now, but that's frustrating. I mean, if we're gonna talk about sort of relative goods, to displace a dozen people for 3 condos just drives me crazy, right? But so, I mean, even a dozen for 6 is annoying and awful and all of those things. So that's what I'm getting at. If we see a slowdown, then sure. But if those are still continuing, my instinct is to try to say, well, if you're going to do it, let's maximize the benefit to housing production for residents. First, let's protect the people who are being displaced. First, let's stop them from being displaced as best we can under city ordinances. But then if they're going to be displaced and there's nothing we can do about it, let's at least get some more housing out of it. And that's what I'm trying to get at.
I understand. And, this has been pretty long-standing, I think, culture, philosophy of the city council. These density caps are very meaningful. And again, discussion of removing them has never been part of the discussion. I think, there is SB 330, yes, but it does place a limit in terms of encouraging displacement in our multi-unit residential neighborhoods. And I reiterate again that those neighborhoods are not the major source of where we expect housing to come from. So, again, it's not something that we would recommend.
Okay, I've got a question, which is a clarifying question. So there seems to be a disconnect between the proposed and the consider. So it's increased the threshold at which projects are required to provide inclusionary. So are you saying for the updated approach that would continue to be 6 for the inclusionary requirement?
We're actually looking to, like, would you like us to look, are you interested in 20? I guess, we started at 6, but I think after kind of working through a little bit more, not in the fog of trying to write the entire housing element, but actually looking through this and spending some time with our colleagues in the housing division, kind of talk through, what our experience in implementing the AHPP for the past, 30 plus years, and, trying to think about the kind of challenges we've encountered with a lower threshold, trying to administer a program, where you have affordable housing units within, 6-unit projects that, maybe within HOAs that don't have the wherewithal, and, kind of the challenges. It's not that, we don't have the systems in place to do that, but it is a pretty decent administrative burden, on the city to continue to monitor those units. And is there a sort of like more efficient way to, generate more units than what you're getting sort of like project by project? So
I understand that, but we're talking about 2 different things here. We are talking about what is the threshold at which inclusionary, whether it be an inclusionary fee or the requirement for the actual units applies, right? And then you're also talking about saying, well, for certain size projects, you can pay an in lieu fee. So to me, those are 2 separate issues. So I would like
the thresholds actually, and I'm sorry if I've confused it, is that we're actually meaning they're the same thing. Like this threshold of 20 units, like below 20 would be a fee, above 20 would be a requirement for on-site. And it's the same proposal for the 6-unit, where we initially started with the 6 units. Right now it's at, if you're paying a fee, you could do it up to 6 units and then beyond that. So and I think what we say in our updated approach is, could that be increased to 20?
Okay, so I'm going to make a proposal for discussion. I would like it to be increased to 20 or other number that HRNA determines is sort of the right number based on feasibility. And part of what they need to look at is if you are making an assumption that every unit that is currently on site has to be replaced at the same income level, because I don't know exactly how the city of Santa Monica is checking income levels, but my guess is that we're erring on the side of being conservative and that units need to be replaced, that the feasibility analysis needs to look at the replacement of the units in addition to the burden on the project and then the benefit to the city. So I would like to see that analysis and then for you to come back with the threshold based on that. So I throw that out to my fellow commissioners.
Lisa?
Yes.
I have a question. Actually following up on Alice's Mario's point. When we collect, this is for staff, when we collect an in lieu fee instead of on site, it was never the intention, was it, that in lieu fee actually covers the total cost of construction of a new unit. Instead, it would be the city's normal share in subsidizing an affordable unit for CCSM in particular, who then leverages that money with tax credits or other sources of funds. The in lieu fee was never intended to cover the entire cost of construction. Is that true?
Jane, would you like me to answer that?
Yeah, sorry, I was trying to find the unmute button. Thank you, Paul.
This is Paul Silver with HRNA. Commissioner, the original calculation for the in lieu fee was done in the mid-1990s. And at that time, it was intended to cover the cost of construction. We have demonstrated in subsequent analysis that there's another way to think about what the fee can be. But originally, it was designed to offset the direct cost of building an affordable unit. And it's just been, inflated in all the intervening 20-odd years using a weighted average between estimated land value and construction cost.
But isn't it logical, Paul, to think that it could be considered as leveraged funds? That, outside sources could help make up the difference in construction and what the in lieu fee is?
Yes, and that's what I meant by in more recently is we've described a different way of thinking about that, but that is quite different than the way the fee was originally conceived, using a straight nexus formula, at that point in time.
So do you believe that actually, if we actually pursued an in lieu fee that equated to the construction cost, it would throw in feasibility totally out the window?
Sorry, I couldn't hear all of that.
If, for example, the in lieu fee equated directly equally with the cost of construction, feasibility would suffer substantially.
Well, it depends on which day we do that analysis because of what's happening with lumber prices and all the other things that I'm sure you're aware of. So,
but your point is we're looking at leveraged dollars, probably, aren't we?
Yes, and we believe that that is probably a better way to think about it, given the examples that you have with 500 Broadway and some other projects recently, in which there's much better leverage, taking into account how much the developer benefits by doing offsite relative to doing onsite.
Thank you.
And just to add to that, Commissioner Lambert, this is Thomas Jansen with HRNA. In calculating the supportable offsite number of units that were shown on some of the subsequent slides earlier in the staff's presentation, we did look at the sort of the net cost after taking into account tax credits or other funding sources. So I'm not able to do the math off the top of my head, but if you look at those offsite percentages of units, we could have effectively turned them into an in lieu fee dollar amount per unit that would allow for sort of the blending that staff is recommending here in terms of a feasible fee.
That answers my question. Thank you.
And so because of SB 330 SB8 and frankly density bonus, right, replacement requirements, if a project if we take a threshold of 20 and a project had to replace, say, 3 protected units at a 60% income level, for example, could the developer essentially do a part provision on site and part fee option?
So the reading of SB 330, SB8, or any of this replacement is, I don't believe it allows a fee for that. It's the units must be replaced one for one. Right. And then if there's an additional local inclusionary requirement, then there may be the ability to do that. But
no, your replacement units can count towards your local inclusionary requirement.
Yeah, no, I'm saying if your inclusionary requirement exceeded the number of units you have to replace, just as vertically.
Right, but what I'm asking is that, or what I'm recommending is that the policy specifically allow a hybrid approach if you have replacement units. So let's say you have to replace 2 units in a 19-unit project, that you put 2 of those units on site and you can pay in lieu fee for 1.
Yeah, it's certainly something we could look at. We'd have to look at the state law provisions to see how they intersect the local level.
Okay, so I'm going to go back to my suggestion, which is that I would like to see additional analysis on the feasibility of raising the cap, taking into consideration the things that we've talked about here today. Is there a comment on that? Disagreement on that?
I agree.
Okay, so can we take a straw poll vote?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
I think we've done the analysis. I'm going to vote no. HHNR did the.
Commissioner Fresco?
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Landris? Or Lambert, excuse me?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yeah. Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Are we just voting on whether we want the additional analysis proposed or the proposal in row 1 entirely?
What I'm suggesting is that I would like to see an increase in the threshold, and I'm not ready to say that it should be 20 or 6 at this point. I want to see the full fiscal analysis that we talked about, and that then be the threshold for on or off.
I'm going to abstain.
Okay, and I vote yes. So I think that's a 3 to 1 to 1. Okay, so moving on to HPP percentages. Does anyone have any questions for staff?
Yeah, I do. Can I jump in?
Yep.
Okay, so I'm just really confused because we've talked about these we've talked about this even distribution at baseline, but and I understand the offsite option. I don't understand how are we getting two questions. One, it's not a criticism. I'm just trying to understand how we got here. It's impossible for affordable housing providers to build units with moderate income distribution requirements. So how did we even get to a world where that's even under consideration in any way? And then the sort of flip side of that question is, assuming that that's the case, I think we still have, do we still have our 100% moderate overlay? What are we doing to incentivize the production of moderate income units anywhere else? Does that make, I'm confused because I'm read the staff report, I read the working group, and I'm just trying to wrap my head around it.
So the proposal is to apply the even distribution only to the on-site option, right?
So to on-site market rate, to on-site mixed use or market rate housing, okay?
Correct, right.
Private development.
Contained within the project.
Right.
And then the off-site option, what has evolved, and it was a good point brought up by the working group, and I can honestly say it was just kind of, we were working very fast, and after thinking it through, it was just like, oh no, of course not. Like, to apply that, I think it was assumed it would apply to the offsite, but I think we just hadn't paid a lot of attention to the offsite because we were focusing more on the onsite. But the distribution for offsite, really doesn't make sense because it sort of constrains, the financing of those kinds of projects, particularly the kind of successful partnerships we've seen between market rate developers and a nonprofit operator. Their ability to leverage, their own contributions with other forms of financing, would be nullified if there had to be any moderate income units in that project. So that's why the proposal has been tweaked to, up to 80% AMI. So that just allows, flexibility up to a level. And so, a developer could choose, all the units were 50% AMI, for example, just whatever works for them.
But I thought that the 5-5 distribution was extremely low income, very low income, low income. Where did moderate come from?
No, it's very low, low, and moderate because the RHNA doesn't have extremely low.
Right. So then my follow-up question is, how does this play out in two scenarios? How does this play out with the congregations that are being given, what are they being given? 50% market rate. And then the sort of, for lack of a better term, because it's what we're talking about in the Boys and Girls Club, it's not just them, but, the nonprofits that don't really, they're trying to contribute to the solving our housing issues. They don't have to build housing, right? They're not in the housing business. How would they be affected by this? And has staff considered potentially treating both of those as nonprofits for the sake, or as affordable housers for the sake of processing?
Well, I don't think we've gotten to that depth of defining who's a nonprofit, but typically it's, I think in our current code, it's a nonprofit provider, whomever that may be. I'm not sure it would affect the congregate housing. That sort of implementation that's not a program actually that we're talking about in this first phase.
Okay.
But I don't think it would have an effect at all, because it's, if they're looking to produce a market rate project, we really haven't built that program. It's just sort of some general bare bones in the housing program. I think we've talked about bonus and some additional stories and some relief on parking. But certainly, that could be tweaked given that unique circumstance. So, but I think if this was just to be applied, you're just looking at, if they want to propose a market rate project, they could do the on-site option at even distribution. I
guess
don't know if you're
so.
thinking about them as a receiver. Is that what you're thinking?
No, I'm not thinking about them as a receiver. I'm thinking about them that what I would say is, I have concerns about the even distribution, because I think that it is really dancing on the edge of being a housing constraint. So I'll just name that. I think that I recognize the policy goal that it's serving. I think that forcing the even distribution is borderline a housing constraint because of what it does. I'm torn. I'll just say that. But I would like to exempt those two groups of housers from the even distribution requirement. Like, I might say I oppose the even distribution requirement entirely. I'm not sure how I feel about it, but even if we were to have an even distribution requirement, I would like explicitly to exempt the congregations that are putting parking on their parking lots from that requirement, and I'd like to exempt the community assembly organizations that are adding housing because they're trying to contribute to the problem solving, because we're going to have to come back and deal with them not having 75% housing anyway. So I'd like to eliminate the even distribution for those two classes of projects, and those are my questions and comments.
Okay, so is that a proposal to amend this program?
It is. What Jing is telling us is that they're not writing those regs tonight.
I understand.
Yeah.
It's a yes or no question.
Yes, but yeah, that is my proposal, to rewrite, to exempt those two classes of projects. Yes, thank you.
Okay, does anyone have any discussion on that? Commissioner Raskin.
So just to clarify how much flexibility we have with our even distribution, was that really baked into the housing element such that we don't have discretion from it when implementing the zoning code amendments?
No, the housing element program isn't written that specifically. Double check that to be sure. But I thought we took that out. It was just the broad total. But that was certainly part of when the council adopted the housing element. They were very clear, that that's direction, that they would like to see in the code amendments, even though it's not adopted in the program.
So the proposal on the table is as written with the changes that Sean suggested. Let's go ahead and take a straw poll vote, please.
Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Chair Pastor?
No, because I totally oppose and think it is a violation of state law to do an even distribution of units. Okay,
I'm sorry,
let's move on.
Chair,
Yeah.
I said I'm saying if we have to have one, I want to exempt them. I'm still really on the fence about whether we should even have one. But I'm saying under no circumstances to those two classes of project. Okay, just making sure. Okay.
Let's move to the next slide, please. Okay, the first one is housing on the ground floor. Questions for staff?
I have one. Hank Koenig in his letter dislikes the phrase mid-block parcels. He suggests using language that clarifies parcels that begin at least 35 feet from the corner. And I like staff's except for portions of a corner parcel 50 feet from the corner. But would staff be open to replacing the phrase mid-block with 35 feet from the corner so we have real clarity about what mid means?
I think we can figure out how we draft that so it's clear. We have to use those words repeatedly in the code, and we want to make sure it's, there's a way to do that so there's a definition and, so
Perfect.
mid-block is
Okay.
defined. So I don't think
Yeah.
we need to call them 35 foot from corner parcels. That seems like a mouthful. So, but we understand.
Sure. No. I'm just asking for us. You're rephrasing my question better. Let's make sure that mid-block is really clearly defined and easy to measure and not confusing to anybody.
Sure.
Yeah. Can we take a vote on that?
Sure. Commissioner Fada Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pester?
Yes. Okay, affordable housing baseline percentage. So this is only for downtown, as I understand it, and it's for tier 2. It will be a baseline requirement of 8%. Tier 3 with 25%. So it would be 5 very low, 5 low and 10 moderate. Is that correct? For tier 2.
Correct.
Yes, I think. Okay. Any other questions and discussion? Commissioner Lambert.
I have a problem. I think we're loading moderate income very heavily here. I'd rather see the numbers such that the very low and the low had a higher percentage and the moderate had less, particularly since we're doing the moderate income overlay zone.
I would agree with that. I mean, also then it is less, to me, the purpose of this is to circumvent the density bonus law. And so if you allow, I'm going to say it. As John would say, I'm going to name it. Exactly what this does. And so if we can increase the percentages in tier 2 and tier 3 of very low and low, I think that puts us on better ground. So I would like to make that suggestion.
Do you have numbers in mind?
I would just split it up equally. So 10 and 10 and, 12 and 13. Or 13 and 12, maybe.
You're eliminating the mod. Is that what you're doing completely?
I'm eliminating the mod. Yeah.
So it could be, for example, it could be 15% very low and 5% low and qualify for a density bonus. Full density bonus.
Yeah.
I agree with that.
Can I just ask a question? Because Leslie, you and I have talked previously about this idea of making private developers create our moderate rate housing, and really moving the, and also having very low and low, but we're never going to get moderate housing from anywhere but private dollars. So
no, I agree with that. We have a moderate income overlay zone now, Sean.
Okay, so that's what we're saying. We're saying we eliminate the mod because we have the overlay zone, and that's going to get us there.
Yeah. Plus, it interfaces with the density bonus law very well.
No, I understand. But aren't we just going against what we just said, that we don't like the distribution?
Well, I thought it was
my issue with the distribution is that it undermines the ability to get a density bonus and the incentives that you need. And so, but if you increase the percentages, then I think that helps to solve that problem.
How about 10,
so maybe,
5, and 5?
10, 5, and 5?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, Elisa, what do you think?
So it would be 10 very low. I'm okay with that.
10, 5, and 5?
And 5 moderate?
Yeah.
Didn't we arrive at these numbers after hours and hours of discussion about what our needs were in the city and what we have been getting and where the gaps are?
Not really.
That was before the density bonus issue came up.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just feeling like we're reversing something that we spent a lot of time on, and I'm not sure.
Wouldn't be the first time.
Okay, I'm going to counter. I think the baseline 15% should not include moderate. I think if we're going to tier 2 and tier 3, we're on solid ground asking for some moderate rate housing when we're giving it. So I'd like the 15% to be exclusively, below market rate house, 80% AMI housing. And then once we get into tier 2 and tier 3, let's add on 5% moderate on each of those and then back it out from there. Because I think we're on much more solid ground in the context of a tiering system, putting our request for moderate rate housing in the discretion, in what amounts to a kind of a discretionary trade-off tier, even if it's being handled by staff.
So 10, 5, and 5?
Yeah, I would do 7.5 and 7.5 at tier 1 of very low and low, and then at tier 2 I do 10, 5, and 5, and then at tier 3
I think you want
10, 10, and 5. Sorry, what?
I think you want to do whole percentages, not half.
Oh, sorry. Okay, 8 and 7, and then 10, 5, and 5, and then 10, 10, and 5.
So but for purposes of the density bonus, you want 10 very low.
Fine. So 10 and 5, then 10, 5, 10 and 5, 10, 5, and 5, 10, 10, and 5.
Yep, I like that.
Okay.
Commissioner Raskin.
Ellis, as.
Yeah, I just want to say for the record that, I think this train has left the station a long time ago, but I want to reiterate my concerns about continually watering down the total number of inclusionary units each time we make revisions to our zoning code. I understand that it's the premise here is that it's tied to the HRNA studies, but I still have grave concerns about it, and for that reason, might be voting no on whatever proposal comes
How are we
forward.
watering this down, Ellis?
Well, taking the total number of inclusionary units, say for tier 3, for example, and reducing that.
No.
We keep chiseling. Isn't it 30% now?
Yeah, and it doesn't work.
Doesn't work. It's
Doesn't work.
infeasible. And we're
30%
open
of
to being sued over the infeasibility.
30% of 0 is 0.
Okay, let's please not attack Commissioner Raskin for his opinion, right? Like, let him express his
It's a
opinion.
policy debate.
Yeah, no.
Listen, in fairness to Ellis, right? Look, he's making a solid point. But the point I'm making is state law is putting a different burden on us than we had at the time that the DCP was adopted. And in the absence of direction from the state, we could go we would have this debate again. But I'm making the point that the state has told us that feasibility is now, a driver of how we make these decisions. And so since we've been told that feasibility has to guide us, I don't think we have a lot of choice. I respect your position, Alice. I get where you're coming from, but I don't think we have a lot of options here.
Yeah, understood. I understand your point completely. We can keep talking about this forever. I think that there are more.
No, we don't. We've had this discussion multiple times. My only last question, and then I'd like to vote, please, is when you say 15%, 20, or 25%, are you talking about the base units or the total number of units? So, i.e., the number of units before the density increase or after?
Well, it says baseline, so I'm assuming it's base.
Yeah,
I'm asking staff the question.
Oh, sorry.
That's a good question.
I'd like to call the question. Vote on this?
I agree. I need this answer so I can vote.
So I'm just going to pop in quickly, and the planning manager can. So I just want to make sure that we're all clear on what we are talking about, and to answer Chair Pastor's questions. The base that you are being presented with is the baseline for what would be Tier 1. It would not be the density bonus units. Your feasibility studies do not factor in density bonus units either. So you would be presented with FARs, supportable FARs for the spread that the council recommended, right? Anything on top of that from the density bonus perspective has not been factored into the feasibility of the project.
I understand. That's not my question. My question is 15% of what? In the density bonus ordinance, right? We all know
it's the base project. 15% of your base project. Yes.
Thank you. Okay. So call the question and vote, please. So the suggestion on the floor is, as Sean indicated, with the new percentages.
You want me to restate them?
Yeah, that'd be great.
Okay. So the baseline 15% would be would have no moderate in it. It would be 8%. Would be 10% very low and 5% low. The tier 2 would be 10% very low, 5% low, and 5% moderate. The tier 3 would be 10% very low, 10% low, and 5% moderate. Yeah.
Right.
Thank you. Dean, can you do a roll call, please?
Yep. Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, the next one is the affordable housing for off-site percentages. And remember, there is no income distribution for these. It is just a straight percentage. Is there any discussion or question? Okay, so then let's take a vote.
But, you know, I got to say, I think tier 3 is high. I mean, the Arroyo, which is, you know, held up as a great example of where we got more units because we went off site, and it was on a piece of land that was heavily discounted because it's sitting on top of a sewer lot, a major sewer, right? That made it infeasible for really good market rate housing development. And kudos to the architects on that. They hit 26. So I just want to say, like, if we make it 30, we're really I think we're gonna have a hard time with the tier 3 offsite requirement, or what's gonna happen is we're gonna end up with really tiny units. And I'm not, you know, let's figure out what we're really deciding on here, because the only way we get to 30 is by messing around with the unit size or the bedroom count, which somewhere else we want to make sure is sufficient for families. So I'm not really on board with a 30% requirement for tier 3 offsite.
How about 28?
Sean, how would you distinguish it from the tier 2 then?
That's the problem. I might do. Look, our theory is that off-site affordable housing in Santa Monica is supposed to be a higher percentage than on-site. That's our theory. Can I just ask staff, like, let's go back to this question. Do we know that is, your HRNA is saying that we can afford that, but we haven't seen evidence of it. And I don't see evidence that land values are going down.
Well, there's a couple of other factors here that if a developer joined forces with another development and did a 100% affordable project, they could get 3 extra stories. So there are other ways of leveraging this thing that they could get.
That's true.
Can I
That's
respond
very true.
briefly to Commissioner Landis's question about HRNA's analysis on this?
Thomas, that would be great. Thank you.
So, as discussed just earlier, the offsite calculations that HRNA performed, effectively modeled what the gap would be for a tax credit project being developed offsite. So the construction cost on a per unit basis, while similarly staggering to a mixed income project, is quite large. The offsite gap funding provided by developers is assumed to be somewhere around $300,000. So that's why you see a supportable number that is higher than what you're seeing being developed in mixed income projects downtown, because we assume that the offsite projects are taking advantage of tax credits as part of the overall capital stack.
So then does it make sense actually to clarify in the regulations that to basically allow the flexibility either in time or some other way that multiple developers could essentially contribute their units to a single project, right? And I think that, I know I'm getting in the weeds here, but right, typically we would see that the off-site units have to be built before the certificate of occupancy for the on-site units are. And so I guess I'd like to see staff sort of explore some options to allow developers to pool their affordable units. And then that would get us to the 30%. And based on what Thomas said, those are being built with tax credits or other financing.
Can I say something?
Yeah.
To the HRNA folks, Arroyo assumed the same leveraging. They had tax credits as well, and it was still only 27 or 28% of the on-site for 500 Broadway.
I can't speak to the specifics of the Arroyo, having not looked at the program most recently.
It was a very, very leveraged program, and it had tax credits.
Yeah, I mean, I think to the chair's point, there's a efficiency of scale for affordable housing projects, and so the more units in a tax credit project, I think the better. And it's possible that in the case of the Arroyo, that the scale of the affordable housing component was part of a challenge in terms of getting the gap funding on a per unit basis to be lower and affordable.
What I'm saying is the Arroyo used all the assumptions that you're using and still only came in at 27 or 28%.
26.
26.
So commissioners, are you asking for additional detail on the feasibility? Are you asking for staff to come back to us with additional detail on feasibility?
Chair, if I can just interject for a moment. I appreciate everybody's using the Arroyo as an example. I do want to point out that was a negotiated development agreement. There were a lot of contributions in that DA that are not normally applied to most projects. And what HRNA modeled, in this regard was sort of a more typical size of site, a non-development agreement, so there weren't different contributions to a variety of things that are not normal charges within the municipal code. So that's a pretty substantial difference, I think, in the kind of project. What we were looking at was sort of more typical scenarios in terms of running this analysis and, not assuming a negotiated development agreement as well.
And Jing, could I also ask, aren't the Tier 3 development standards being proposed now in terms of FAR and height more generous than what the Arroyo had available at the time?
I believe so, yeah.
Well, AB 1763 gives them an extra 3 stories.
Right. And I mean, not to specifics, but, there was each site is different. The Arroyo had a particular physical constraint in terms of an easement that ran down the middle and what have you. So that just presented its own challenges into itself. But, what we asked HRNA to study was kind of, typical site, typical project, and the sort of deal that created the Arroyo, was somewhat atypical. And again, it was a negotiated development agreement. I'm pretty familiar with the terms because I was personally involved in those negotiations, and there were, millions of dollars in contributions to things that are not normal in the municipal code.
Chair Pastor, I have a suggestion that may make this work.
Okay.
When the DCP inclusionary program was adopted, there was a commitment to come back a year later to see how it was working, and that obviously never happened because it hasn't worked. Can we put something in that there be like a 12-month review after this goes into place to see if this 30% is actually happening?
That's a great idea. I think that's great.
Yeah, let's do that.
I support that, but I want to ask if we're going to look at these numbers more closely, can I ask one other thing, which is, I'm sensitive to this idea that we're talking about typical projects. But if we're talking about something in the DCP, there are rules about where the affordable housing has to go, okay? Which means there's a finite number of not theoretical, but actual parcels that have to be feasible for purchase and development relative to these standards. So I would really like to know what those parcels are, or if those parcels exist. Because this policy is great. Like, I want the 30% affordable. But if there aren't sites within the city of Santa Monica that can be acquired and built out to that scale in the city, we can put in all the requirements we want. It'll never get built. So I'd like to see it tied to the actual, like, I don't know if that's looking at the SSI, but what are because we're not talking about developing affordable housing on public land, right? Maybe we are. Maybe this works if the tier 3 construction turns around and we are able to say, yeah, we're going to demand 30% because we're going to offer up city site X for this purpose. That's great. That's a win, and I would ask for maybe more, like Metro does when they give away their land with 35%. I mean,
okay,
like,
so I'm gonna summarize what I've heard, which is, I think that what I'm hearing from the commissioners is that we would like to see some additional feasibility analysis, taking into consideration the things that we have talked about tonight, and that we are not fully convinced about the 20, 25, 30, but that we will be open to having further discussion about that when you come back with the red lines and additional information.
Yes.
And if there be a 12-month review of this.
And yes, that's included. Okay, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi left.
I thought we were convinced about the 20 and 25. We were not convinced yet about the 30. So I think I'd like to narrow the research question to something where there is a disagreement.
Okay, that's fair. That's true. Okay, let's take a vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco? Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, the next one is to eliminate the 30% ELI affordability level. And sorry, the reason we're doing this is because it's not part arena? Why are we eliminating this?
This is something that isn't an option in the HPP at the moment.
Well, have we done it with an idea? Didn't we do that already?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, so let's vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Thank you. Okay, building height floor area ratio. So what we're talking about here is updated development standards for the mixed use employment, Bergamot, and DCP districts. So for Bergamot Village, we have two options. One, which is for the 55 feet and 2.5 FAR. And option 2 is to increase it to 65 and 2.75 near transit and create variation of zones. Questions or comments? Commissioner Landris.
So I am generally in favor of this. However, I would really like to tie it to our fix of Main Street and any other neighborhoods where we're actually doing the thing we said we were going to do. I don't want to do it in a vacuum because I want to make sure that it's very clear that we're that we're zoning to our capacity as we promised in the housing element, and that if we move some capacity out of Main Street or Montana or whatever, that the BTV is corresponding to that, and that's very clear in the legislative record. So I'm in favor of this, but what I would like to see this paired with in the red line. I'd like to see the analysis of what we need to do on Main Street, and I'd like to see that, what is sufficient to make up for what we're moving off of Main Street in particular. Because option 1 may not be enough. We might have to go to option 2 in order to capture the Main Street capacity loss.
I agree completely with what Sean just said. I spent most of my time studying these changes on this stuff. And what I'm concerned most about is that in solving this housing problem, if we don't do this, with a very fine edge and aren't really careful to sweep changes across the board, we're going to make new problems that will be our next crisis. And so I think we have to be very careful about what neighborhoods we're protecting because they have other kinds of value to our city and places where we can add housing. And I also think it's much more important to add the height and the FAR in big chunks and the smaller incremental changes to areas that we don't want to, change the character of too much are not as important, because the big chunks are the ones that are going to get us 25% inclusionary housing and just much bigger, more viable projects overall, which will make it much more likely for us to get more housing.
Okay, so what I think I hear and I'm proposing as a change is the updated approach is that we'd like to see sort of a more comprehensive approach to the FAR and height, even if it's not exact numbers of where we would see these large increases. I would go for option 2 myself. But what I hear the commissioner saying is that they want basically a more fine-grained approach.
Yeah.
I think option 2 is really appropriate for the Bergamot Transit Village. That's a node. That's got a subway stop. That's what it should be. So I almost think unless someone has a reservation about it, I think it seems sort of a natural thing to do because it opens up other options in other zones. But
I agree.
I agree.
I agree.
I agree as well, but I want to make sure that when we do that, we're getting credit. We're tying it to moving capacity around. I don't want to create a legislative record where we just upzone the BTV, and then when we take away from Main Street, they treat them as unrelated activities and and tell us that we've downzoned on Main Street. That's what I'm looking to keep us protected.
John, I think it's a great idea to stay protected. I'm just wondering whether the state is capable of the analysis that we're capable of and track these additives and subtractives and try to stay at a level state. I'm not sure they're so I guess I'm wondering if it's a conceptual protection, but it's not an operating.
Well, I think our council, we put that language next to our table, and I think, this came up in the conversation with Mr. Kutcher. I think our council understood that explicitly, that we were committing to a gross capacity number and that we were reserving the right to move that capacity around the board. And so if we're moving that capacity, I want to be clear with that. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, Sean, when we move on and look at the commercial districts and then the downtown districts, I see, at least according to my notes, that give and take balance will definitely be very apparent, where some things So
I have a question. I have a
We have an option in as we are making the changes, and we will have the option as the changes come before us to have those policy discussions.
I have a question.
Yep.
To staff, is option 2 the assumption you used in determining the capacity, the unit capacity for Bergamot?
No, it was not. I mean, we originally applied option 1, which was just the feasible FARs from HRNA's analysis. Option 2 really came out of the technical working group comments.
It might be useful to see how that changes the capacity number. That would give us some reference for going to other areas. I mean, how many units?
I think that if we recommend option 2, then part of what we want to see when it comes back is how it affects the capacity in other areas. So I would add that. I'm going to propose option 2 with that caveat.
That we look at capacity change, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I second that.
Mm-hmm. Great, thank you.
We're such an agreeable group.
Yeah, I'm generally in agreement. I just want to ask a quick question for staff. If there was any analysis of actually going higher and denser in Bergamot to give us more flexibility elsewhere.
So currently is, sorry, go Jane.
Oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say there's currently was not analysis for a higher and more FAR than what the feasibility numbers were.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just putting it out there. I mean, I think that, we're all sensitive to impacts on Main Street and Pico, and I just want to give us as much flexibility as possible.
Do you have a number in mind, Commissioner Raskin?
I don't, and I wonder if we even have to decide a specific number now if we're going to further refine it later. But I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there as a general consideration.
Well, maybe an idea of a possible tier 3 wouldn't, as long as we're changing everything up. Another thing about capacity that I know I keep bringing this back up, and you guys keep nodding and smiling indulgently, but I really wish we would talk more about open space and all those big hollow places and buildings where we could have more units in terms of capacity. We have a personal, private open space and shared open space, and everybody has to provide both. And, I just really believe that maybe it could be an either or. We could get more units in buildings. We could get more FAR for the same height, and we could get more people into parks and out on the street if we did it that way. And I just would really encourage our commission to ask staff for some information. It's like Ross might have something to say on that. Either that or he has his elbow on it.
He probably fell asleep.
Sorry, no, I did not have anything to add. I don't, no.
Okay, sorry.
Well, Nina, there was in Hank's letter, again, I just want to acknowledge that Hank actually did the work on the red line. In Hank's letter, he gives us some suggested reconsideration of open space requirements. Do you want, I don't know if there's another place for us to look at them. Chair, is this?
I don't know. I don't think those are part of the discussion we're having tonight. I mean,
Okay, do we want to parking lot that question?
Well, it's a thing that has to do with incentives and impediments that allow us to get more units, because I bet developers would love to provide more units and decide on their own amenities. So it could be viewed in that way, which does kind of fit in with the purview of our discussion.
I'm looking
saying I don't think we're talking about.
We're not talking about that.
Amendments to open space tonight, but I'm wondering if there is a place that we can do that and ask staff to take that into consideration as it looks at the densities and height.
Yeah, I think later on this in the program, we talk about just general development standards. So that could be direction on that row when we get to it.
Okay, so does Nina, does that satisfy you?
Yes.
Okay. So does anyone have any appetite so I had proposed option 2. Commissioner Raskin said, well, should we even consider more? What's the commission's pleasure?
Why don't we start with option 2, because I think we'd be lucky to get that with the city council.
The other concept I think we should keep in mind, just like option 2 would essentially create more variation in the heights, because you're going to get the height of the buildings you specify. If you say 65 feet, you're going to get 65 feet, and those buildings will stand out from all the 55 footers next door. But the other thing is, don't we want our downtown, which is essentially zoned at 84 feet, to have be more of a downtown compared to Bergamot, which should be a secondary downtown. So what I'm saying is there might be a conceptual sort of hierarchy of downtowns, including Memorial Park at some point, that we would want. Maybe 65 is the right height if our real downtown is at 84.
Okay, I'm going to call the question for option 2. I'm going to call the question.
Okay.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Pastor?
Yes.
Can I, Chair? Just for the record, and I'm not sure if this is the case. Yeah, no, this is BTV maybe. On page 16 of, gosh, it's so hard. It's page 16 of the public correspondence PDF. I'm looking at Hank's letter. He made, and by the way, the open space is on page 17, but on the bottom of page 16, he made a really interesting point about the adjacent sites and what you do with open bridges and stairs. And then later on, he makes a point about limiting parcel tying to projects that are 15,000 square feet. I think he has some really good points, and I'm raising it in the BTV because I think that's one of the few places in the city where there's a possibility of potentially doing some lot consolidation to get a nice tier 3 project that would kick off the affordable housing that we're looking for. And so I just want to note those if we can.
Sure.
I just want to note them. I'd love to have staff's response. That's all.
Chair, can I just clarify the straw poll you just took on option 2?
Yeah.
Did it include this discussion around moving capacity around from Maine and Montana? Okay. If I can just kind of comment on that a bit with the commission, I think it does need to be clearly understood that if your direction is to lower the FAR in height on Maine and Montana, it would effectively mean that we would be prohibiting housing in those areas because the proposed FARs and heights that you've seen are what's necessary to make housing happen and be feasible relative to the minimum AHPP in those zones. And I bring it up because it is an AFFH issue. The reason we're opening up housing in those areas, if we're going to say housing is permitted in those areas, there has to be standards that make it feasible for housing to occur in those areas. It is a little bit concerning to staff, that it's something we may not be able to bring, to recommend just based on AFFH.
Can I clarify?
So I guess I would clarify that I'm not asking for there to be down zoning anywhere, but that if we are going to make it more FAR or taller in those areas, that we'd like to understand what that does to capacity in the. And is there then an option to change some of that? When I hear you saying, well, we need these things for feasibility.
Can I clarify something? Because I think Main Street is a sensitive area. Right now, the way that Main Street is districted, the parking lots on Main Street are included in Main Street. And I think what we've heard from OPA and we've heard from Nina and we've heard from other people the frontage, that the historical frontage on Main Street is what needs to be preserved, and that's not really feasible for redevelopment anyway. So the way that the way that I'm thinking about this is I'm hoping staff will be creative in terms of, maybe redefining what the Main Street district is so that we keep the height of the FAR on the parking lots, right, that we are planning to build, but we don't raise the height and the FAR and the height on that historic frontage. I think I recognize what you're saying in terms of as it is currently districted, if we pull back, but then maybe we have to rethink the way it's districted so that we're working with a scalpel and not with an axe.
I have a question about that of staff. When you did the site inventory, did you include any frontage in that historic area of Main Street? Or was it just the parking lots?
I would have
I think it was just the parking lots.
I think it was just the parking lots, yeah. You're correct. The sites are small. You're correct. The sites are smaller, and it's limited in terms of the sites that are available. So
right.
I think, but when you set the standards, right, they're for a district, and location in this manner. So when we're talking about these areas where we're introducing housing, it was done for a reason.
Right. And again, I don't think anyone is talking about downzoning. I think we're just to implement what we previously discussed, is we want to see a more comprehensive approach that shows that there are certain areas that potentially there are sensitive uses of the market. So I think that's the direction.
Just to Sean, we never intended the frontage of Main Street to be 65 feet. That was never
exactly.
And it was clear in the site inventory.
But we need to make it clear in our zoning ordinance because
correct.
It's not clear there.
Okay, let's move on. Create a new definition of housing project and exempt nonprofit uses from that provision. So I have a question, which is, and I guess Heidi, this is for you. So it is my understanding is that if we keep this 25% definition, which is a lower percentage than the HAA, a project could come in and have, say, 30% non-residential and 70% residential, and although it would not be subject to the AA process because it doesn't meet streamlining provision, or if it doesn't meet those provisions, it would still be subject to the Housing Accountability Act and the objective standards and the timelines and other things. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, that's correct. So this definition of housing project, as you pointed out, would allow projects meeting that definition to be subject to certain incentives. The city's use classification for a multi-unit dwelling would remain unchanged. So projects could still come in, apply as a multi-unit dwelling, as you pointed out, and be subject to protections under the HAA.
I have a question.
Go ahead, Leslie.
Well, I'm totally opposed to this, and this is contrary to every direction the Planning Commission has taken for as long as I can remember. The thing is, if it's not code compliant, if it's 28%, it's not subject to the Housing Accountability Act.
It would still be code compliant. You just aren't eligible for incentives.
You're not eligible for streamlining. You're not eligible to go just for an AA.
Is that correct?
Yes.
I'm totally be considered code compliant and protected under the HAA because, again, state law does require the city to consider a housing project, a mixed-use project that has up to 33% of commercial is still meets that definition.
Would it be eligible for the AA process?
No.
Then I'm opposed to this.
What would the incentives be? What incentives are we offering, or is it just that it's a disincentive because they don't get AAs?
I think it's a disincentive because they don't get.
This is an anti-streamlining action.
I think that if we create a new definition that limits to 25%, we are actively creating a housing constraint, and we will be subject to sanction by HCD. We will be open to litigation. I just don't think that's a smart thing to do.
It's anti-streamlining.
So let's separate this into two votes. Let's first do the vote of whether or not we think that the definition of housing development projects should be changed, limit to 25%. Start there. Okay.
Can I be clear? Can we be clearer in that vote? Because the City Council has voted on multiple occasions to assert a 25% limitation. The Planning Commission has consistently recommended 33, I think by a split vote, but the City Council has set policy where it is. I understand where the City Council is. My motion is that we do nothing on the definition. That's what I would move. I want us to do nothing.
What is the definition now?
Well, what's the outcome?
25, now? But it's 25 in certain places.
There's only a definition in the downtown at the moment.
Okay.
Right. So that's what council voted on recently.
Okay.
Back in 2019. So, and that is if you meet that definition of housing project, then you are subject to all of the incentives that housing projects get in the downtown. Right. So this proposal would be to apply that similar definition to housing projects citywide, and if you meet that definition, then you are subject to streamlining, and the planning manager can.
So my motion is not to apply that definition citywide.
Right, I agree.
That is my motion, and I'm framing it in the negative for a reason.
I second it.
Thank you.
It is totally anti-streamlining, you guys. We're taking them out of the AA process.
Okay, let's vote.
Please.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes means that I'm voting for what Sean said, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, yes.
Correct. To clarify, the motion is to not apply the definition of a housing project with the 25% limitation on non-residential floor area.
It was the not that was throwing me off.
Correct.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, so the next one, which I think we've heard a lot of support for, we need to go back for a second,
we go back, yeah.
And I'm going to frame it this way, in the event that the code is amended to change the definition, I would move that nonprofit uses such as Boys and Girls Clubs be exempt from that provision.
Chair, can we be a little bit more aggressive on this one? Because many of the entities that are considering this are actually in the downtown. So for this one, I think the motion should be to exempt citywide all such projects from a 25% requirement. There's an existing 25% requirement in the downtown, but that ship has sailed. So we're not touching it, but now we want to exempt everybody from it, whether they're in the downtown or not.
Well, I actually have a slightly, that's fine, but I think the other way to sort of skin this cat is to say that supportive services do not count as commercial space. So to the extent, right, that you have a permanent supportive housing project or a Boys and Girls Club, like that have case management, right, that supports residents, that be exempt from the non-residential limitations.
Right, but then we're talking about supportive services, community assembly, nonprofit athletic, which I think falls under community assembly. Essentially, imagine you were stacking housing on top of the Y, right? So you've got a pool, you've got a basketball court, you've got whatever it is. The Boys and Girls Club has an indoor playground. It's got right? So yes, I agree with you, but I think I like your definition piece, which is non-residential use shall not include ... But I think it's got to be a long list, and it's got to apply both in the downtown and outside the downtown. That's my point.
Well, and it's what we're really trying to get to here is to make sure that nonprofit projects like this get benefit of the AAA. Is that really what we're trying to get at here?
No, we're also trying to say there are nonprofit organizations that really don't have to provide housing. Like, it's not core to their mission, but they're doing a renovation, and as part of the renovation, they're willing to add some housing to the work that they're doing, and we want to say, thank you, yes, please. You're doing 20 units? Fantastic.
You're not adding anything to what Elisa said.
Right.
You say we're incentivizing them by going through the AA process.
Right, but this rule would, the way this is phrased, this rule wouldn't even allow that to be built in the first place. AA, DR, DA, anything. I'm saying, yeah, we want them to go to AA, but we want them to be able to build it at all. Both and.
Why could they not build it?
Because that's the way the rule was written, that we weren't going to allow housing projects at all. That's how it went to council. That's what we were presented with back in October, that it wasn't even going to be allowed at all ever by anyone.
What?
That's the part of the problem. It was written in a really draconian way in order to discourage commercial. And it captured all of these goodwill projects.
Okay, so I repeat the motion that we want to allow projects that are nonprofit uses such as Boys and Girls Club and other ones to be able to build both housing and non-residential uses and have the benefit of the AA process.
Yes.
Great.
Okay.
That's it.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, moving right along here. Unit mix. I'm going to just throw it out. I'm just going to throw it out here. I say no unit mix for anything.
And I disagree completely, because
so
I think we will
go.
build ourselves into a new problem. And what's the problem with some people sharing larger units and other people living in bigger units than some people think they need? People will do what they do, but we don't want to end up with a city that doesn't have a broad mix for 40 years from now when our demographics change and these buildings are still dirty, theoretically.
And do you have a preference on one of these options?
I've never really questioned the options that we had in the past.
Understood.
So,
Commissioner Lambert?
I just want to point out what everybody already knows, and that is that there was a strong push for 3 bedrooms many years ago. And the ideal of that was that we would get more families living in Santa Monica, and that has not happened. And so we are overbuilding 3 bedrooms, and we could be building more housing units for more people if we took away the 3-bedroom requirement. That's my position. We get more housing.
Can I offer an option 4?
yes.
I would like to support option 3, but apply that option exclusively to affordable housing, like to affordable units. In other words, I'd like to eliminate the unit mix in general for market rate. I'd like to give more freedom to our affordable housing providers, but I would like in that that idea of focusing on the 1,000 feet from schools and parks, I think the unit mix is really interesting, but I would only apply it to the affordable housing folks. And the reason is, if we remember, there was a project that came to us, and Mario, astutely observed that these 3-bedroom units that they were proposing were very easily sliced like pizza into short-term shares. I don't like, let's get around that problem, but I do think that our affordable housing providers, they're not going to split up a 3-bedroom unit. They're going to put a family in that 3-bedroom unit, and that's going to accomplish exactly what we want. And we want to make more affordable family housing available near our schools and parks. So I like option 3, but only if we apply it on the affordable units.
Has anybody asked the affordable housing folks what they think about the unit mix?
Let's ask them. So 3 with asking them. That would be my suggestion.
I would just add that we would exclude senior housing and permanent supportive housing.
Oh, for
100%
sure.
agreed. 100% agreed. Yeah.
Okay, so that's the motion on the table.
I think it's a huge mistake because, you can split the big ones, but what about the little ones? You can't really put them together. I think we're creating a future problem. We're not planning.
Okay, let's vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, so we have a failure to act. So does someone else want to propose another option?
Well, I would propose a perspective here, and maybe we're beating a dead horse on this, but what we're really being told is we don't want a city for families. Our school enrollment is in free fall, and we don't have too many family units. And we're always being told that we have to tilt the whole housing envelope toward the gig worker that makes a lot of money and wants to live in a tiny little cell. And I'm not sure that's the best way to go for our city. And so what we're really saying is that if we don't have a unit mix, if we don't tell the development community what we're trying to achieve, then we never actually get there, because then they say, oh, market told us we had to build little tiny cells for gig workers, and families, who cares? They can go to San Fernando Valley or wherever they go. And I'm not sure that's the best way to go for our city, not to have a city structure of bedrooms that covers all the population groups, not just a tiny little segment of, quote, market.
Sorry,
I want to point out that what is happening is families are not moving into the 3 bedrooms we're building now, and I think it's really kind of unrealistic to expect a family to pay $8,000 to $10,000 for a 3-bedroom apartment just to live in Santa Monica. That's just simply not happening. And who is living there are the tech workers who can afford it. It's not families. And yes, school enrollment is going down.
Another way of saying that is if there's a problem renting 3 bedrooms, then, the developer, the property owner can say, well, I'll reduce the 3-bedroom cost a little bit and I'll increase the 2 or 1-bedroom cost a little bit and I'll still fill that unit. It's not like we're forcing them to actually.
That's not what I'm saying for you. That's not what I'm saying. What's happening is 2 or 3 individual single households are living in 3-bedroom apartments.
The problem is that we're right. I agree, Maria. I don't think that's how the pricing is going to work, because they can rent to 3 roommates and make all their money. And the tech workers and the individuals and the young folks will do that, or a couple will take 2 of the 3 bedrooms and then bring in a friend, right? There's a lot of flexibility now in how people are doing their living arrangements. I think the underlying problem, and I've seen this from friends and people in our schools, is that as long as for the price of a 3-bedroom apartment or townhome in Santa Monica, you can buy a 4,000 square foot house with a pool in the San Fernando Valley on a 7,000 to 12,000 square foot lot, people are going to do that. They're just going to keep doing that over and over and over again. So no amount of production of very expensive 3-bedroom apartments without open space, right? Like to Nina's point from earlier, which is going to solve the problem. It's just not. So, right. So I would rather focus. This was the argument for my motion. I would rather focus on producing the 3-bedroom apartments in the affordable units because we have some assurances that those will actually go to families as opposed to the market. I don't think there's a point to regulating the market rate units because they won't go where we want them anyway in that frame.
Okay,
We
so
can't
we're
make
sort of
them.
at a stand. I don't know that we have a consensus on anything here. And Commissioner Raskin is somehow not here anymore, and I am kind of hesitant to take a vote on this without him because I don't want to undermine that everyone's opinion. So I am going to suggest that we kind of have a no recommendation on this for right now and move on. And I know that's super irritating for staff because you don't have any guidance, but I don't think that we have a vote.
Can I ask a question? Is the Housing Commission talking about this tomorrow night? Is that on their agenda? Yes. Okay. I know it's 24 hours, but staff is going to do a presentation to them. Could I make an alternate motion? Could I move that we acknowledge that the Planning Commission was split on this concern and is concerned about the best way to support families who want, providing family housing in Santa Monica, and that we had a discussion about whether or not affordable, the distinction between affordable market rate housing, and then we actually asked the Housing Commission to take a crack at this? Because I'd love to hear what they have to say, because they have knowledge, they have expert knowledge about our affordable housing community and whether or not that's an appropriate regulation requirement to put on our affordable housers. They're talking about it tomorrow. Let's ask them let's acknowledge their expertise.
I would vote against that motion because not because I don't want to hear what the Housing Commission has to say. I do want to hear what the Housing Commission has to say, but the Housing Commission, I don't think their expertise is affordable housing developers. So I'd certainly be curious as to what they have to say, but I'd also really like to hear what the affordable housing developers have.
Well, they also are not they don't know market rate development at all. So
no, I know, but I want to know but the question was, does it make sense to tie this somehow to affordable housing? And it would be interesting to have that put before them for discussion. It would inform. We're not giving staff advice on this, so why not kick our question to both staff and the Housing Commission?
Because they're already being consulted tomorrow. I don't think we need to make a motion on that.
Well, I would like to. I'm going to rephrase. Could we ask the staff? Let me do this. Would staff be willing to raise the question of whether option 3 makes sense in an affordable housing only environment? Affordable unit only environment. Sorry, not affordable housing. Affordable unit.
Why are you just saying option 3? It's my understanding that staff is going to talk to the Housing Commission about these recommendations tomorrow. Why did you limit it?
I'm not asking them to limit it. I'm saying option 1 is a straight up unit mix rejig. Option 2 is applying the unit mix of above to affordable units only. Option 3 targets both market rate and affordable units. I'm asking to split that question of option 3 whether to affordable only as a question. That's it. I don't want to go further. I'm not endorsing one or the other. I'm saying could staff be more explicit in option 3 that the approach to that option could be everybody or only affordable? There are 2 ways to approach option 3, is my argument. And I don't know which one is better.
Okay, I guess we'll call the question with that being the motion.
Sorry, can I just clarify? Do you mean that for option 3 you want it to apply to 100% affordable housing projects or to market rate projects with inclusionary units?
100% affordable housing projects.
Okay.
Yeah.
Isn't that what option 2 is?
No, option 2. No, it's inclusionary.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Which is actually what it's actually a little bit of a riff on what's in the HPP right now, which is that all affordable units must be 2 bedrooms or larger, unless the market rate project has more than 90% 1 bedrooms.
Okay.
So, this would be requiring any inclusionary units that are produced must be 2 bedrooms in exchange for eliminating the unit mix requirement. So that's the distinction. And option 3, the proposal there was just regarding your market rate project, the unit mix, would apply to projects only in like certain geographic areas. But what I understand Commissioner Landris's proposal is that it be applied only to 100% affordable housing projects in certain geographic areas.
That's what I'm getting at.
Okay, so
I'm limiting it even more.
I think that you're going to end up creating. You're going to end up creating more unequal, awkward, privileged neighborhoods that way.
But actually, Sean, all you're really saying, if I understood you correctly, is there could be a 4th option on the table, and that 4th option should be shown to the housing commissions. That's all you're saying.
Correct. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, so, they're going to make their input one way or the other, and now if they have choose from 3 options to choose a 4th one, I'm not sure it makes much difference. I wouldn't have a problem with it, a 4th option.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Lambert?
You wandered away. Maybe she'll come back.
I see the light at the end of the tunnel.
That's right. Don't go to the light, Leslie.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Purposes of moving this forward. Okay, let's move on.
Well, thank you.
Okay, maximum building footprint. The updated approach is to only apply it to upper floors above the podium level. Comments or questions?
Can we please get rid of maximum ground floor height? Can we just get rid of that, please? I noted it. It's not in the updated approach, so I'd love to see that bullet moved over.
The reason it's not in the updated approach is because it was already part of the original approach.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I guess I missed that. Okay, I'm really confused about this daylight plane thing.
Can we take these hold? We're going to do these one at a time.
Oh, okay, sure, no problem.
Let's do maximum building footprint. Let's take a vote on the updated approach.
Agreed. Move that.
Commissioner.
Can we just have a?
Oh.
No, go ahead, James. Sorry.
Oh, I was calling the roll. I thought you were ready to.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Fonda Bernardi.
This is on footprint, right?
Footprint only.
Okay, yes.
Commissioner Fresco.
Yes.
Commissioner Landris.
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin.
No.
And Chair Pastor.
Yes. Do we do these by not by individual vote? Make things go faster?
Mm-hmm.
Does anyone have an objection to that? I'll still give, if anyone wants to be able to express their personal opinion or vote, you can do that. Okay.
I don't understand when you say ground floor residential restrictions and then you say allowed. So what you really mean is you're relaxing those restrictions. You're converting them to permissions.
Yes, we would allow residential now on the ground floor, except potentially Main Street in Montana.
And what's this? How do you feel about the commercial corners?
Yeah.
Staff.
I think
we're not talking about the corners. This is the citywide standards, not downtown.
No, but you see the note in the TWG comments, it says preserve commercial corners, and then your note doesn't say preserve commercial corners. So I wasn't sure how to read that.
That, I think, becomes from that we kind of grouped these kind of all-encompassing standards with for DCP and citywide to kind of talk about it in general. So that was kind of more of a conversation for DCP.
Understood.
Yeah. So that's maybe a little where the confusion comes from.
Okay. Chair, why don't we just take these three, and if we're on the same page, we could just vote them as a group.
Yeah. Okay. Well, let's just quickly do ground floor. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Can't do it. AB 361.
What?
Sorry. I don't mean to be don't shoot the messenger. We got to roll call everything.
That is correct.
The recommendation, or it's like providing you guys with direction. We're not actually making any decisions.
Any vote.
Okay, whatever. Okay, do a roll call vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Mario, you're muted.
Mario?
Sorry. We're voting on ground floor residential restrictions?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Chair? Did we lose Elisa?
In 45 degrees angle at 25 feet.
Wait. Oh.
Right. Right.
Daylight plane, she's saying.
Okay.
Does anyone have any questions or comments about daylight plane?
No.
I kind of do. I was looking at Ross's visual. I feel like at scale that could really kill the daylight. And I know it's pretty random. We're not going to have density bonus building next to density bonus building next to density bonus building. But imagine that on Lincoln right now. I mean, it just worries me.
Lincoln is only 65 feet and 55 feet.
Right. So what I'm saying is, I'm saying that it worries me. If you imagine a density bonus on top of the daylight plane on Lincoln, then the sunset is going to be like 2 hours earlier.
So you go to bed earlier.
So either propose something different or...
I mean, otherwise you get a wedding cake and your top floor has like one unit.
No, I know. Yeah. I don't have a good...
You're just making trouble now? Okay, I would like to call the question. So either you have a different motion or you vote now. And I call the question as to what staff is recommending.
Okay. Oh.
Or as modified by the working group.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
Abstain.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
No.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
And Chair Pastor?
Yes.
So where does that leave us?
So that now we have failed to act. So we need to come up with another recommendation, or we hunt and let staff come back with some different ideas.
Well, the reason that I hedged at the last minute is I suddenly started to wonder if when it gets to a certain size, does it really, and it's set back from the street, the floor plates on the upper floors, do they really make a difference in the daylight? And I don't know the answer. And maybe we need to see some more diagrams.
I agree.
Yeah. So staff, can you come back with some more diagrams on this one?
The thing is, we're losing units, you guys.
Yeah, but we got to live
want to break
here.
the city because we have a crisis. We want to solve the
Look,
problem and have a great city.
Here's what we're really saying. We have unleashed a whole trainload of very tall buildings on a city that has been primarily 2 stories, maybe 3 stories for most of its history. So these large buildings are landing like Godzillas in our neighborhoods, and they're going to have very large impacts on their neighbors. And their neighbors will not be able to be net zero buildings. They'll be in shade most of the day. And so this daylight plane is really the first part of a longer discussion, which is a sustainable city. So I'm not willing to give it up just because we need a little more housing. In other words, I think we really need to be clear on we need housing, but we also need sustainability. And this is an anti-sustainability ordinance, this one that allows you to above the 45 degree.
Mario, do you have a proposed motion to make or like a suggestion?
Well, you could have a discussion, and again, maybe we should see some drawings. What if you did this plan, but only for half of the building? In other words, you say you go with the original plan at 45 degrees all the way up to however high the building is, but half of the building could use this model. And then the designers could figure out which half is most advantageous for the unit stacking and all that other stuff that we need to keep track of. They need to keep track of.
So does it make sense to ask staff to create some diagrams for us to look at that proposal?
Yeah, it might. And then the other thing you might look at is that you could have one proposal for buildings that are in a certain relationship. So for instance, on the west side, on the south side of Wilshire, for example, you could have taller buildings because they're not shading their neighbors. But on the north side, if you had the same buildings, they would totally kill their neighbors in the, let's say, in the mid-Wilshire area. So you could approach it from orientation too. And maybe there's a productive place there that meets all of our desires.
That's right.
So I would like to make a motion that staff come back with some diagrams that address what Commissioner Fonda Bernardi is suggesting.
Could I add to his suggestion? I think, Mario, I was trying to figure out the way to say it. I think orientation is exactly right. I also think there are neighborhoods where there's already so much height that you could do this without causing the kind of thing you're talking about. I think when you're talking about borders between zoning districts where there's a height differential, you want to be especially careful that you're not accidentally creating that level of shading. But then the other thing that I would add to the request for diagramming is, could we please look at real-life diagramming? In other words, this changes a great deal based on the depth of the parcel, because to your point, if you have a really deep parcel, maybe it's not even an issue, because your height, your daylight plane is above the height of the parcel by the time you get to that height. Like on a shallow parcel, you're going to have that problem very quickly. So
Can we just stop this discussion and have staff come back with drawings?
Yeah, that's but I'm being specific in terms of the kinds of diagrams to get us to where we want to go. That's all.
Okay, let's vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin? And Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, we're going to skip unit mix because we've already talked about that. So let's move on, please. Okay. So proposed. So it's to increase the floor area ratios in these districts and to allow housing development in these districts. Can we just vote on this?
Yes, let's just vote on that.
Wait, I see.
Commissioner Raskin.
Well, I mean, this is another place where we can actually go higher to give us more flexibility in other areas of the city.
Mm-hmm. You want to make that a motion, Ellis? I'll support that.
Well, hold on a second. I have a slight issue with Bergamot. We talked last time, we had an in-depth conversation about all of these, about the housing element, actually. In that discussion, we talked a lot about artists and artist housing and artist uses. And I couldn't help but notice that the creative conservation sector I'm so confused that it's conservation creative sector and it's CSC, but whatever. Does not include a major kind of the seed area of artists lost and studios in this neighborhood, which is part of the mixed use creative. So that's also a thing to flag for a future discussion, is why all those artist studios that are there and actual artists use them are not part of the artist conservation area.
What does that have to do with height and FAR?
Because once we bump up the height in the FAR for mixed use creative, which I think should be bumped up, those artist studios will be obliterated. And we need to make sure that we consider that little tiny pocket that has actual art, fine artists in it, survives this. It's
well, none of this, they could be replaced in a higher building. I mean, you know,
but we need to have them in a special zone so that we can say that the inclusionary affordable things have to be artist studios for people who live, work, and create art. And, you know, it's like a whole thing. You can't just theoretically throw that out there. You have to do it. So I'm suggesting that we do that, because the other area, I went there today, and it's all taken over by production companies and sound stages, which is awesome and creative, but it's not low rent anymore.
So I would suggest, I agree totally with what you're saying. So I'm going to suggest that that just be a separate motion, that staff look at including that in the zone at the appropriate place.
Right, and I'm talking about, I guess it's between the alley north of Berkeley to Stanford, between Olympic and Nebraska.
Can I get,
I mean, the
can we
east
vote on that? And then we'll move on to FAR and height.
So,
I don't know. I don't know enough about that area to vote on it. I don't really know what I'm doing.
Well, what we're asking for is an opportunity to have a discussion about it where we can tell you more about it. That's what the motion is.
Yeah, let's vote.
Commissioner Fondo Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Your pastor?
Yeah. Okay, will someone make a motion on the floor area ratio?
I make the motion.
Well, Ellis would want to go higher.
Yeah, I'd like to go higher and get more density, at least in the IC zone. I think that'll help us preserve, protect neighborhoods elsewhere. I mean, I don't know how high we can go and how dense we can go, but I'd like to go denser. I don't know. Let's just throw it out there. Maybe 4.5 for floor area ratio. Is that too dense for people?
Well, why don't we have a 4.084 thing in downtown? Why don't we stick with that? Because then we know we're going to get the 25. We know what we're going to get.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Okay.
Joanne.
Nina, are any one of these three the area you're talking about?
The artist studios are in the middle of this area, yes.
Which area?
But what's the zoning there now?
Misuse creative.
But which of these three areas is it?
It's pink.
Do you know what I'm asking? Which of these three areas that we are talking about has what you're talking about in it?
Mixed use creative.
And that's not one of the three areas.
Not one of the three areas.
Tell us which of the three that we're looking at.
Oh.
So perhaps it's a clarifying question for staff.
Okay.
Are you?
I'm looking at the wrong sheet of paper. I'm sorry. I'm so confused.
Yeah, the only three zone districts right now that don't allow housing in them is the industrial conservation, office campus, and I apologize for this typo, it's conservation creative sector. That's the only one that's actually in the Bergamot area plan. So these are the only three that we are making
Rob,
new FARs for.
Right. And Rob, do you know what zone these artist studios that Commissioner was referring to are in? Are they?
They are in the Bergamot plan. I was looking at the wrong set of zones.
Then it would be the third one.
That would be the only Bergamot area zone district of these three that may have artist studios in them.
Okay, thank you. So the motion on the table is to increase the IC to 4.0, and I believe to increase the height to 84.
Great.
So wait, you want to change it in creative conservation?
No.
No.
Just IC, Nina.
Just IC. There are three, Nina, there are three districts, IC, OC, and CCS. We're leaving.
Are you looking at the chart?
I'm just trying to compare a page I have on my desk with what I'm seeing in this chart, which is different. And also in the Bergamot plan, there's like a typo, which is really messing with my brain.
We're just voting on industrial conservation right now, right?
Okay, industrial conservation.
No, we're voting on changes to all three zones for FAR. It would be 4.0 for industrial conservation, 2.75 for office campus, and 2.50 for conservation creative sector.
Okay, so office campus fronts Broadway and is surrounded by a ton of R2. So is that the one
No.
but you're not going to.
Office campus is by the airport. The one that kind of fronts Broadway in this middle circle is the IC zone, so the industrial conservation.
Oh, I'm looking at this map here, and it doesn't say that, but okay.
Commissioner Raskin.
I don't want to belabor the point too much, but the IC zone, listed transit. We're trying to make bold steps here to increase housing. Would anybody be amenable to going up to 4.5 FAR?
I would.
Alice, does Oscar have your phone number?
He does.
I mean, I don't think the city council is going to agree on it, but.
No, never.
Okay, can we call the question, please, on FAR? Now we're at 4.5 for industrial conservation, office campus at 2.75, and creative conservation, conservation creative at 2.5.
Yes, please.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
No, these are very tall buildings. I'm not comfortable with going at that high, above, 3.25 for the top one for the IC.
Commissioner Fresco?
Why don't we go back to the transit?
No, can we vote?
Let's vote.
Commissioner Fresco?
No, I think that's too high for IC. We're going to end up with a new district where we put our less advantaged tall buildings by the freeway.
Those are going to afford $10,000 rent.
Keep voting.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
And Chair Pastor?
Yes.
Moving
on to building height.
Wait, can I just, while we're talking about this, I would like to, we've come back around now with Commissioner Fresco's comments on the specific small artist areas, the comments that we were making earlier about divvying up sort of Main Street and the parking lots. I just want to say it, and I don't know if it's a motion, but our zoning districts are not written in stone, and I really want to encourage staff to, when they're looking at these numbers, to think about whether we need to the working group supported consolidating mixed-use Boulevard Low and mixed-use Boulevard. That's an interesting idea. But I think staff should not hesitate to come back and say, hey, we want to divide this district in half because 4.5 FAR is appropriate on this side of it, and it really should be 4 or 3.75 on the other side of it. Please consider using a scalpel if you need to get where we need to go. That's all I want to say.
Commissioner Raskin, and then we're moving on.
Yeah, and to the point of Oscar listening to this, the reason why I was pushing for the increased density in the IC zone was because it's going to help us alleviate gentrification and displacement in other areas. The IC zone is a place that's not already built up with longstanding residential use, so it's going to protect our neighborhoods if we build that density there. So that's my point.
Commissioner Raskin, did you have? No, let's move on.
I just want to also add that we need to be really careful with the IC because now we're going to have apartment buildings next to doggy daycare thing.
Chair, if I could just also, can I just make a comment that although we certainly take the Commission's direction in stride, we will need to evaluate this, as you've heard me say before, in the context of the FFH.
Yeah.
Particularly with this amount of density and intensity in the industrial conservation district.
Understood. Do you have a height, Alice, in mind?
Well, I'd like to get 4 votes here. I would like to go to, let's say, maybe 75.
Fine.
You won't be able to.
I don't think you're going to be able to accommodate 4.5 FAR in a 75-foot building.
Yeah, I'm
President
with other
Jason's
suggestions.
4.0. Huh? President Jason's 4.0 at 84.
I'm open to other suggestions here.
You wanted 84 earlier, right? Because we were trying to match downtown.
Yes, you did.
So let's just do it. Let's just go to 84. We went to 4.5 on the FAR. Let's go to 84 on the building height and see what we get. But I do want to, I think to Jing's point earlier, again, if there's a side of the industrial conservation zone where we can get those heights and higher FARs, and she wants to keep it lower on another side, create IC1 and IC2. Let's avoid the AFFH problems, but let's also create the housing.
Yeah. Okay, let's vote.
Commissioner Fonda-Bernardi?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
No.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay. How much more do we have here? Okay. Requirements. Option 1, eliminate minimum parking requirements in ground floor and for small scale. Option 2 is to provide 10-space parking discount or credit for commercial tenants. Does anybody have an opinion here?
If I understand this correctly, we are in effect already implementing option 2, that you get if you're making a change of use, say, and you're not having to add 10 spaces, you're good. You can stay in the existing building without adding the space. Is that correct?
That's correct. For a change of use, yeah.
Okay. And has that worked for us? Maybe Ross?
Yeah, I think it's been part of our economic recovery program where originally you only got credit for 3. So if a change of use would have triggered 4 new spaces, you would have had to provide 1. And a lot of times we had to tell new businesses no because of that 1 space, because there was no way to add more parking. So raising it to 10, I think, got us to yes to get new businesses in a lot easier.
I would vote for option 2.
Ross, do you allow bundling? If you have a landlord potentially reconsidering uses of multiple uses at once, could you bundle them so that if somebody ends up with the discount and then it's they still would have to add 2 spaces, but that somebody else, there's another change of use that would get another 10-space discount. I'd love to see it bundled, sort of the way we allow people to satisfy their parking requirements in the downtown by using the lots, right? the
So I
structures.
think he probably knows what bundling means.
Don't get snotty, it's late.
Yeah, let's, Ross, can you answer that question, and then let's take a vote on Mario's motion.
I believe we do have kind of a shared parking bundling option in our parking section. I'd have to look at the exact parameters of that. I think you also have to be within a certain distance. I don't think it's used very often, but correct me if I'm wrong, if anyone knows.
No, it's not used that frequently. And I think we're trying to come up with also simple and easy to implement standards. Well,
Yeah, I'm imagining it like in a building, right? Like I'm imagining one person, because if we're encouraging adaptive reuse, right? I'm imagining a property owner rethinking their building and being able to change multiple uses and, essentially stack their parking discounts in order to make it work. That's what I'm not thinking about like somebody over here and somebody over there and somebody over there getting together and forming a parking union. I'm thinking about a single property owner with multiple uses.
So Sean, is there a change that you're requesting here?
I think, option 2 with, with flexibility where the use changes are within the same, on the same lot or on the same consolidated lots.
I really don't know what you mean by that. I'm going to just say.
Yeah, I'm not sure I do either.
Okay, I'm just saying.
If I can just clarify like how this works in
maybe that would help.
So this is let's start with new development.
Okay.
And the idea behind this is because keep in mind we're introducing housing to areas that have never seen it before. So the context is different. And, all of those daily services that serve housing are just not there. And so we're trying to, instead of taking the traditional approach of requiring a minimum amount of active, commercial in an area, just trying to force it, where there may not be an audience for it, we're trying to incentivize it through a parking discount. So if you built your new housing project and you had ground floor commercial, this might incentivize someone to actually do that instead of feeling like they were forced to do it because, they got a 10 space discount. And I think what we tend to see in these mixed use housing projects is relatively small scale ground floor commercial. So it essentially, may mean that ground floor commercial, doesn't need to provide parking. And I think to your point, if they wanted to change that use again over time, that discount would still be in place.
I guess I'm misunderstanding whether the 10 space discount is per storefront or per parcel. That's what I'm not understanding.
It's the overall, when you first build the project, it's the overall parking requirements because that's how it's counted. And then as you implement it over time for change of use, it would be tenant by tenant.
Okay.
Okay. Can you clarify that, Jing? Are you saying that as you implement it by use, it's tenant by tenant, or is it tenant by tenant up to a total of 10?
That's what I'm asking. Yeah.
No. So when you first build the project, so let's say, you got 100 parking spaces that you need for the housing and the commercial portions. We would calculate the commercial portion. There's a 10 space discount on that. Let's say it needed 10 spaces. So you have 90 spaces in the project. Within our zoning code, there is already the concept of an incentive for change of use, where you have a parking discount of up to 3 spaces, where the new use might require more parking. There's a little bit of a gimme in there. It's 3 spaces right now. As part of the economic recovery IZO, that got increased to 10 in order to encourage the re-tenanting. But that is tenant space by tenant space.
So you could have 5 tenants that exercise their 10 space option, and you would be 50 cars short. I think there's something wrong there with.
No,
with
it's
that.
not additive in that way. It's just a way to allow the change of use. But I think
I'm asking for it to be additive. That's what I'm getting at. I want it to be. Mario and I probably disagree about this, right? I want it to be additive because I want to maximize the parking discount. Mario may not agree with that. He may want more parking, then I'm interested in, like, I recognize we may disagree on this, but that's exactly, I think, what we're both getting at from different angles.
Keep in mind, though, this is only in a situation, if it's going retail to retail, you know, a restaurant to restaurant, like, it's the same parking ratio, this would never come up. And you're not eliminating parking spaces. They still got to build the parking.
What if you're going from
This is simply incentivizing when the project is proposed and when it's first constructed, incentivizing some ground floor commercial. That's all it's doing.
Okay.
So the motion on the table is option 2. Let's vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
I'll vote yes, and I would like to add one thing to this, though. I'm also thinking that at some point in the immediate future, we're going to have a rethink of the conversion of office to, residential. All this empty office space, even retail to residential. So having these little built-in discounts is going to smooth the way for those kind of conversions. I think this is a good thing to do.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Yes.
Chair, can I take a crack at option 1? I want to see if we have 4 votes for option 1. I know we have a unanimity for option 2, but I'd like to move option 1.
Okay.
Commissioner Fonda Marty?
No.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes, hesitantly.
Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay. Moving on.
Cool. Thanks.
Does anyone have any discussion on simplifying active ground floor commercial?
No.
Let's vote.
Wait, so I do. I'm sorry. We have I think this came in a late letter from Paula Larmore. There's a question to raise that we should discuss about some of the active ground floor commercial design in the IC in particular. And there was a letter. I'm not, I'm asking for discussion. I'm not sort of endorsing everything that's in the letter. But there was a letter from her, and there was a letter from Crossroads that was sent to the commission in September, addressing some of these requirements that are being added. And I just want to name it because we may not need, like, my position would generally be.
Can I be specific with, I think, to what you're getting at, which is that the active ground floor commercial design requirements only apply to the housing projects and not to non-housing projects? Is that what you're trying to get at?
I'm trying to get at that. I'm also trying to get at whether or not we're requiring pedestrian-oriented design to everything as a result of how this is worded. And I am very concerned that if we are encouraging housing in these neighborhoods, that we make sure we do everything that's related to mobility. Like if we need to widen the sidewalks on new projects, let's widen the sidewalks. But I don't know that we necessarily need the transparency, right? Or, we definitely need that in the housing projects. But if you have continued industrial uses in the industrial zone, I don't know that we want to impose our transparency rules and, everything onto the non-housing projects as well, which is what was before us earlier. I want to make sure these streets are safe, well-lit, and mobility and multimodal. Everything, whether it's a housing project or not, because if you put a housing project at the end of a long industrial street, like, we got to deal with the safety and the accessibility, but we don't need to have transparency rules for those non-housing projects.
Well, also we also want to make sure we're not suddenly for commercial, like industrial projects, production studios, doggy daycare, cement.
Exactly.
Yeah, there, I see what you're saying. Yeah, I mean, the character of those districts is the character of those districts with or without housing. And I think we should be focused on not transforming what those are. We still need to have a place to make golf balls in Santa Monica if that's something somebody wants to do here.
Can I say something? The intent of rethinking these areas is to maximize housing. And these are basically new neighborhoods that have no ground floor commercial, no commercial anything for residents. So I support the transparency and the pedestrian friendliness, et cetera, on mixed use projects with ground floor retail. Because I mean, hopefully we're going to be seeing a lot of them. And I think it's important to have a pedestrian ambiance there and commercial resources for the people who are going to live there, because there's nothing there now.
I think we don't disagree with that on the housing, on the mixed use projects. I think the issue is the way that these regulations were being written is that they were going to apply to everything. So if somebody comes along and says, I still want to open a golf ball factory in the IC, suddenly they're going to be saddled with, all the mixed use housing ground floor requirements. And what I hear Nina saying and what I'm saying is we don't necessarily want to impose those on the non-housing project.
I understand that. My impression from the city council is that we are going to make this a residential community. So, and frankly, you couldn't do a golf ball factory right now anyway because housing is deferred. So, I mean, it's fine if you don't want to impose this on non-housing projects, but I think hopefully it's going to be a moot point.
Well, yeah, I mean, that sounds like the Hammer approach to solving the problem, which I'm not in favor of.
Yeah.
So how about that we ask that that staff apply the active ground floor commercial design standards to housing projects and to have some flexibility with non-housing.
That's fine.
That's fine. I would like to express my concern that we do impose the mobility like pedestrian safety and mobility on the non-housing projects. I want to make sure that to the extent that these neighborhoods are slowly transforming, that we're making them safe for pedestrians and accessible from the get-go. So sidewalk widening, things like that. But I'm less worried about, finished floor elevation versus sidewalk elevation and transparency and stuff like that.
Agreed. Let's vote.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi? Commissioner Fresco?
I'm sorry, can you tell me what the motion is again? I'm getting really tired.
We were agreeing.
The active ground floor
Only
requirements
for,
apply to
okay,
housing
so,
and there's flexibility with industrial and Sean went to pedestrian safety.
okay, yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Okay, we're not going to engage in a whole other conversation about this again because we have talked about it ad nauseum, and so I'm going to just call the vote as to what is on the screen.
Wait, call the vote for what?
That preserve neighborhood character of NC Main Street and NC Montana. Commissioner Raskin?
Let's vote.
Well, no, there's one very important addition here. I mean, when we were talking about this last time, we also included PICO here, and
Yeah,
why it's not included here.
I would like to also consider that as part of this.
I agree.
Yeah, I thought it's very friendly. Okay, let's vote.
What do you mean, the neighborhood commercial part of PICO?
Yes, it's basically a GC, Pico Boulevard, General Commercial.
It's NC, not GC. I wouldn't support it if it's a GC.
It's NC. It's NC. Pico. Yeah, Pico in that area, I remember from the Pico Wellbeing Project, north side of Pico, Pico alternates between mixed-use Boulevard Low, and neighborhood commercial. So I think what we're talking about is the NC portions of Pico. Yeah.
Exactly, just the NC.
Thank you for that addition. Let's vote.
Can we just move on this, please?
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris,
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin,
Yes.
Chair Pastor.
Yes.
Can I just ask, where have we urged the upzoning of like the Santa Monica Business Park, the parking lots?
Yeah, well, I'm kind of confused about the order these things are coming in.
That's what you just did, actually. So that's the
Great.
permitting housing in the OC. So the business park is zoned OC.
Okay.
That's part of this program, and then the citywide upzoning includes the OC zone.
Thank you.
Are we going to talk about MUB and MUBL at some point?
In what manner?
What do you mean?
There was a recommendation from some people that they be consolidated.
Okay, because I think that they should be upzoned a lot, personally. But I don't.
If you would like to make a motion as it relates to a particular program, then I encourage you to do so.
I thought that it was part of 1J, frankly. I'm super, whatever.
Nina, do you want to look at that and let's revisit it?
No, I think that it should be 3.0 and 65, and also for GC on Santa Monica Boulevard. And then we should also add tier 3 and get some really big apartment buildings that are 25% affordable.
Well, you won't get them.
You're not going to get them the downtown anymore.
Say again?
You're not. She's saying that she thinks we should do the 25% affordable should be on Santa Monica Boulevard outside of downtown. Isn't that what you're saying, Nina?
Yes.
And I'm saying we don't have tiers outside of downtown anymore.
Doesn't work.
Well, can we add tiers? It's only because of the values of downtown. Is that what you're saying, that Leslie?
What? No,
you're so busy rolling your eyes, you're not conversing.
I'm saying that a 25% inclusionary requirement on Santa Monica Boulevard outside of downtown will.
Because of the difference in property value. Is that what that's my question.
I don't know that Paul, frankly, I don't think that Paul did a feasibility analysis. Maybe we should ask for one, but I'm pretty sure it wouldn't work.
So how about we ask for a analysis of combining the MUB and the MUBL zoning and potentially increasing the height and density.
Yeah, and putting back a tier 3 to see how much housing we can get in those areas that are so much less sensitive.
Agreed. I would note that in the discussion of, there was I don't remember what the context was, but I know that some folks who were concerned about preserving PICO and who were potentially open to some conversations about the Bergamot Transit Village were pointing out that an equitable approach to that kind of densification would be to pair that with appropriately densifying on Santa Monica Boulevard, outside of the PICO neighborhood. And I think that's, if we're talking about affirmatively furthering fair housing, we do have to densify everywhere. That is another place to bring that density outside of historically impacted areas.
That's a good idea, but I don't want to touch inclusionary at this point because we don't know what we're talking about.
Well, let's ask for the analysis.
Someone make a motion, please.
I'm sorry. I don't know what analysis you're asking for. Can someone please clarify?
Nina suggested a 25% inclusionary requirement on Santa Monica Boulevard, and we have no feasibility analysis of what FAR and height would be required to do that.
The question is, could we bring back a tier 3 on Santa Monica Boulevard?
And could we get the same kind of inclusionary we can get downtown?
So there's no tiers are being proposed. There is no tier 3 on Santa Monica Boulevard right now. That what's proposed in the housing element is the elimination of tiers. And I have to be honest, we don't have unlimited funding to run many feasibility studies. We have done the work over the last year. There is an unlimited budget for this. So I just want to be very cognizant that, we may not be able to run every single scenario, and 25% on Santa Monica Boulevard is just not something that's ever been discussed in this whole process.
Can I say something? Let's just stick outside of downtown to the AHPP and the density bonus program. We've already said yes to it. Let's just stick to it and leave it at that, and no more inclusionary feasibility studies other than the density bonus issues. Okay?
I would agree with that.
Okay, but I'm still in favor of merging, looking at the merger of MUB and MUBL, and also looking at increasing the FAR and height for MUB and MUBL.
Yes.
Okay. So let's vote on that.
Commissioner Fodor Bernardi? Is that it? Yes.
That's a yes.
Okay, Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
No.
Chair Pastor?
I'm going to abstain. Okay, let's move on to the streamlining approvals for housing projects.
We wanted to get your opinion on program 1D. Even though the housing elements program is very specific to do housing projects all at the overlay 1 area, we wanted to see if you would also be interested, similarly what you just did with the last program, of also giving parking along Main Street in Montana kind of that credit, or the eventual vote of eliminating parking.
I'd move option 2 for NC Main Street and NC Montana. I would not move the complete elimination of parking. I'd move option 2.
Didn't we already changed the rules for Main Street that they don't have to add any parking even if they change their use?
But this is like if there's a new development that happens and they elect to provide ground floor commercial, did you guys want to give them a credit for doing that?
Yes.
I would speak against that, because remember, we're going to be nuking all the parking that's behind Main Street. All that parking's gone.
Right. In our lifetime, Mario.
Well, the point being that a very high water table, you're not going to be able to go underground. If you want to put a 65-foot building on it, which is what's in our current, main plan, the one we're looking at today, that means you've lost all the parking on Main Street, which means that the Main Street won't function. It's just, it's wishful thinking.
Right.
Okay, let's vote.
Which is why I moved option 2, not option 1.
I'm inclined to agree that's a more productive path.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're voting on option 2.
Yeah.
Commissioner Fodor Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin? Chair Pastor?
Yes. Okay, so streamlined approvals, right? I think you need to go back one slide.
No, the slide is just the TWG's comment, and this is the updated approach based off of.
Can you go back to the TWG for a minute?
Sure.
So the thing that I am unclear about, and I would like for the applicant to be able to submit their application before they have to have a community meeting. And I think it can be that you have to have the community meeting, say, within like 30 days or 15 days or something. So can you clarify for me whether or not in whatever you're proposing as the approach, what the order is?
Yeah, so the proposed order would be kind of what you're looking at with all the arrows. That's the current process as we have it right now. So the community meeting would be hosted by the applicant prior to the AA approval.
But that doesn't answer my question.
That's our question.
I'm talking about submittal. So I want for someone to be able to come and submit their application, have the community meeting with, in 15 to 30 days, administrative approval, formal design review.
What's the downside of that?
Transparency.
No, it's not. If you have to have a community meeting within 30 days of submitting your application, that's perfectly transparent.
May I ask a question in terms of what would happen if the applicant did not meet that deadline? Would the city? So I think it becomes difficult to enforce. Not that you can't do it, but I just wanted to think that piece through as well, because it's difficult to enforce if there isn't unless, short of denying the project, which I don't think is probably the direction you wanted to go in. So
that's something to think about. That's a good point, Heidi. I don't necessarily agree. Well, I do think there should be community meetings, but this is an administrative approval. And so
But the public has lost so much access to what the city does because of the way these approvals have changed. And I think we need to protect that.
But
here's the dilemma. If it's an HAA project, meaning it's basically by right going through AA, there's nothing that certainly people can talk about the curb cuts and where they are, et cetera. The ultimate project itself, the size, et cetera, cannot change whatsoever with a community meeting.
But people have a right to hear about it and know about it and talk to the developer face to face.
Well, no one's saying otherwise.
Yeah, right. The difference is that if the community meeting happens first, then the developer knows what to expect and can try to load some of those beneficial changes into the project before the administrative approval, before submitting the plans. So I think having the community meeting at the front end is valuable to everybody. Everybody feels they're starting in at the front door, at the entry point. Once it's already submitted, then the community meeting is going to feel like, oh, that's just window dressing, doesn't matter what you say. They've already approved it. In the community's mind, if they're put in second place, the feeling is, which is unfortunately very common, that it doesn't matter what the community thinks.
That's not what Elisa said.
Ellis, wait, hold on, Commissioner Lambert. Ellis had his hand up.
Well, do you have any empirical data or evidence about, how frequently projects are actually modified to meet community concerns? They just go through the ministerial approval process anyway. I suspect that many developers are not inclined to listen to there are public meetings.
Well, let's put it this way. No matter how smart architects are, and they're geniuses, every project can be improved by more eyes looking at it. There's always some suggestion, there's always some thought, there's always some nuance that can be added to the equation. The developer doesn't have to take it, but if the added is at the end of the process or in the middle of the process, we know it's going to be ignored. Whereas if it's added at the front end of the process, it's more likely to be incorporated.
And will someone remind me, is an AA appealable?
Oh, it's a ministerial action.
Okay. I'm gonna withdraw I'm gonna withdraw. So I think where we're at is this sequence.
Elisa?
Yeah.
Yes, Leslie.
Is this where we talk about the actual time frame for the AA?
Ah, you're so smart. I think it is.
Could I though, before we go into the other thing, sorry, I'd like to put us on record wanting to keep the community meeting required prior to the AA submission. We dealt with this we dealt with this in 2018 when we were streamlining the first time, and we had this exact same conversation, and the deal we made with the community was exactly as Mario put it. We were going to have streamlining, but it was going to follow the community meeting so people felt like they were heard, and maybe they were heard. So I'd like to make sure that we're on record supporting the original arrangement that we made. I don't want to see that.
We're going to vote on.
Okay,
that's what we're going to vote on.
Great, thank you.
So
can I add one little thing to that, which we also discussed way back when, which is that whenever administrative approvals occurred, that the application would be published on the city website so people could monitor them and just be aware and not feel like all this was happening in the dark.
When they're filed, not when they're approved. Prior to approval.
Can I say something? Can I say something? These projects all go to ARB, so there is a public forum, and the community needs to know when that is. There's a chance for public input then too on the design of the project. The point I was trying to make earlier is that there is no time certain of when an AA process is finished, and I know that's causing a lot of consternation on the part of developers. And they're very, they're reasonable. They're not expecting 60 days or 90 days. From what I've heard, they believe that 6 months is a realistic time frame. So I want to hear from staff about that. There really has got to be a time frame on this. The whole purpose of streamlining is to make that so. I mean, otherwise they're down the rabbit hole for, however long.
So I'll let the planning manager speak about timeframes and what's realistic, but I do just want to remind the commission that one of the questions we had outstanding on this is what would happen if the city didn't make that deadline? Would the project be deemed approved or something like, what would be the consequence of the city missing that deadline? So just something for you to consider when you're deliberating.
Well, then let's set a realistic deadline.
What would you suggest that would be?
I want to hear from you. I've heard 6 months, and if that's not realistic, I want to hear that.
I mean, I don't think, I think we've recommended not having a deadline.
You have, but people want certainty, and that's part of the streamlining process to know exactly what's going on and when it's going to happen.
So I don't know what's not certain about an objective process that it's ministerial. It's whether the project meets objective standards.
That doesn't work.
No,
that is the level of certainty.
It does not work for me.
How does it not work?
Ostensibly, you would have a discretionary project that is subject to permit streamlining that would get approved more quickly than an AA. Yep. And that undermines the entire purpose of moving things to an AA.
I don't think that's accurate.
So a couple of things, and I think, again, the planning manager can cut me off and jump in whenever she wants, but one of the things is, as I understand it from speaking with staff, is one of the issues that occurs throughout this process, which is rather iterative, is a project comes in, it gets, taken in by staff, and there is a long back and forth between staff and the developer to make sure everything does meet code. And so you get into discussions about how long it's with the developer, how long it's with staff in terms of providing comments coming back after revisions are being requested to be made. And at the end of that time period, if the city is taking a position on whether or not a code change needs to be made and the developer disagrees, you're at a standstill potentially. And if you're running out of time, the city basically has two choices. Either it's determined approved, when staff doesn't necessarily agree, or the city's in the position of denying it because it doesn't meet code, right? So that's kind of the problem that occurs over time, is my understanding. But again, the planning manager can.
I just want to say something. This is a streamlined process, correct? That's why we're doing it, right? But we have no idea how long this streamlined process takes. It's counterintuitive.
Well, it's what staff does in theory is streamlined, but staff isn't fully in control because the applicant is also part of the process. So if they want to go fast, they have to.
So then we should have, just like with the Permit Streamlining Act, right? We have milestones. So the application comes in, staff has 30 days to review and provide comments as to whether or not it meets the objective standards, why it does, why it doesn't, not why it does, why it doesn't. Then it goes back to the applicant. and then the applicant takes however long they take, and then once it gets back to staff, we have another time period, whether it's 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, or whatever it is, that governs the back and forth. So, because we are hearing from applicants that they feel like they are in limbo and it is taking too long. So I would like to make a motion that, and I think we have two separate motions. One is to, I think what I heard from my colleagues was that they want to keep the review steps the way they are. So that's motion number one. And motion number two is that staff come back to us with based on empirical evidence of how long it takes to get AAs through and what they think they need to be able to review those projects, a proposal of timing.
Again, what would be the consequence if timing is not met?
I think it's either deemed approved after they do a publication, just like permit streamlining, publication to the world or something like that.
Why should this be more complicated than a DRP? I mean,
because the Permit Streamlining Act requires. So what the Permit Streamlining Act does is it allows a developer to force the city to conduct a hearing, right? So which is different than what's happening here. That's why it's a slightly different process, and it's not exactly like you can't just lay the two on top of each other, and which is why the chair is proposing a publication of some sort, because the city is still prohibited under the Permit Streamlining Act from having something be approved that would otherwise require a public hearing, right? So that's why you just force the public hearing. But here there isn't one. So there is. It's not exactly the same concept in that way.
I hear what you guys are saying. I really do. Okay, Jing, I hear what you're saying and I hear what you're saying. But there has to be some middle ground here. It's the answer to us, in my opinion, cannot just be no, we don't want to do that. Okay? The answer has to be, let's look at this issue and try to solve for what we are hearing, which is that we've created a streamlined process that isn't streamlined. And so to understand what the realistic challenges are here and what the realistic timeframes and potential consequences are, I think is what we're asking.
I think, Chair, respectfully, this is tied to availability of staffing resources, and it's not just planning that reviews these plans. There are other divisions involved. We are running with a reduced staff, so to ask us to come up with timelines that have staffing and budgetary implications, is just not something. I mean, we're happy to provide data, but it's not something that I think can sort of be easily codified, because it's based on sort of overall workload at the time, and there's not any attempt by staff to delay anything at all. We do the best we can to process projects as they come, understanding the workload is heavy, but this is the certainty that's provided, is that if a project meets code, then it gets approved. That's the certainty. But there may be times where timeframes are longer for review, because that's just the nature of us trying to balance the workload and just getting to things as soon as we can.
So then we're going to hold on, Sean. Hold on. But then I feel like we are then creating an administrative process for a huge number of projects, because that's what we are focused on, without any guarantee that we are going to get them. And I'm not accusing or suggesting that you are purposely delaying, but there has to be a middle ground here. And I can't accept that there's no middle ground.
Okay, can I jump in here? Okay, look, first of all, I think that we've talked a lot about wanting these outcomes, and I also think that I also want to acknowledge to Jing. I mean, Jing is being a good defender of the staff here. I respect that. I want to name that. And however many months ago, we had a conversation where we were told that there were something like, 37 different divisions that had to look at a project. I don't remember what the number was. It was some very high number of touches that had to happen on a project before it could be approved or even go to plan check. And The question that I asked was, could we at least get the data? And I hear Jing offering the data on what the timeline actually is and what are the factors that contribute to the delays. Because, and look, I've got many, many years of working on innovation here under my belt, and this is, and quality and performance improvement. What we're talking about is what you measure what matters to you. And I think what we're asking for, and maybe we will need to respectfully to the planning staff, this may be something that we need to communicate directly to the council, because we may have a respectful and principled disagreement with staff on this. And I think we do, but I think where we need to go is we need that, but I would rather go with staff to council and say, look, we're not going to get a timeline today. What we're going to get today is the data on how long it takes, and where the pain points are, and where things get slowed down. And then we could have another conversation about how we overcome those pain points. And once we get agreement on what those pain points are and how to overcome them, then we can talk about a timeline. I don't see, in the current environment, I don't see the staff as really being capable. I don't think the staff is incapable. I'm not saying incapable. I think it's an unreasonable expectation of staff to go from no timeline to timeline without really understanding where the breaking points are. And I don't think it's fair to us to throw that timeline down. Could we find middle ground around data? And could we find middle ground around understanding what tends to accelerate or slow down a project from application to approval? And then let's have a conversation with that data in hand. Openly and honestly, maybe we have to advocate for more money for staff, but then we know what we want the money for, because it's for a specific pain point, not just the timeline. Sorry, that's what I wanted to say.
Well, what would be the timing on doing that, Sean?
As soon as possible. I mean, to produce the data as soon as possible.
Who's going to do it?
What's the pleasure of the commission here?
Well, let's have the vote on the community meeting thing. Get that out of the way.
All right.
Did we do that?
Yeah, let's vote on the process. So on the motion is basically no further changes proposed, and then can we lump in removing the deed restriction requirement because it's duplicative of 6.22? Can we lump those together?
Sure. And Nina's point about making sure that AAs are published upon filing or as soon as feasible after filing.
Yeah. That's all friendly. Okay, so let's have that vote, please.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Chair Pastor?
Yes.
So I'll propose that we recommend a study of the AA process under streamlining the current AA process with particular attention to the factors in that process that either accelerate a project to approval or delay it. And that staff come back to us with, and that we have a study session on how we could, what changes could be made to improve the accelerated processing and reduce the delays. And that we have an open and honest discussion about it in the spirit of making life better for everybody, staff and commission and applicants and the public alike. That's my motion.
Who's going to do the study?
Yeah.
Well, it may need to be outsourced. I mean, I know there's not a lot of resources, but if we need to, throw it into the request for the budget revision, I mean, I think we need to go on record saying that we need this data to be able to make further improvements to streamlining. That's the point.
I would second that with the addition that there should be a timeline on that study. So
sure.
3 years from now,
Okay, so Jing, if we're meeting you halfway, what would be the deadline? You want that by could we do that by April so we can, I don't know, what's a reasonable timeline for that?
I mean, I think if what you're looking for is kind of I guess, akin to, so we had, for example, a firm go through an audit of the permitting process, focusing just on plan review. That was directed by council. You know, I don't think this is not something, if you're looking for something of that, which is a helpful thing, and it's launched, you know, a 2-year implementation effort. Some of the things you're talking about here in terms of delay or what have you, know, there are many factors that go into it, and maybe code amendments that are needed. You know, sometimes it's due to complications in code. It may be standards that, you know, are difficult to implement or understand or what have you. You know, some of those, all of those things can be factors in creating challenges for lots of projects. So,
yeah,
you know, this is some, you know, if you want kind of an outside study, again, we don't have budget for it. You know, we can
request that. I mean,
right. I would recommend that if that is of interest to the commission, you know, that perhaps you consider putting that in a letter to the council to prioritize the processing of housing projects and study existing timelines, resources, those sorts of things. You know, some of those things we know just being on the ground doing the work every day, you know, in terms of, you know, standards in the code, or just, you know, reviews, you know, that happen, and sort of things we've been involved in as, you know, project managers trying to resolve issues. I don't think it's something, you know, I'm frankly not comfortable kind of throwing out a timeline out there as to when.
Can I say, John, let me say this. I can see this going on for a very long time, which kind of defeats the purpose of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
And I don't think that's going to work. And Jing, I mean, this is no way at all meant to diminish what all that you guys do. I mean, I totally appreciate it. It's just, it's very frustrating for us and for the community to have a streamlined process when we can't define what streamlining is.
Well, would it be? We don't have to look at our faces.
How about, okay, wait, I don't know if this is off agenda, so if you have to do this at the next meeting, we do it at the next meeting, but what if we punt on this and we come back at the next meeting and we set up an ad hoc committee of this body? We find 3 of us who are willing to meet offline with staff to learn more about the AA process, see if there are some things that maybe this is a conversation that is not best held at 11:09 on the dais. Let's put together a small committee, and then let's report back and see if we can come up with an actual agenda for an actual streamlining effort that staff can get behind, and maybe we can come up with a a few specific steps that would make this easier. Could we agendize that for the next meeting and appoint an ad hoc committee to do that? I mean, I'd volunteer for it.
Me too.
Okay.
I can support that.
Okay. So consider that an agenda request for next month. Jing, is that better?
Okay.
What?
We've noted that.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's move on to incentives and concessions for affordable housing. And I'm going to take these 2 separately. And Ross will tell me if I missed anything, right?
I guess, there is the streamlining aspect for the ARB process, but I guess you guys did already provide staff comment in October, so I don't know if we need to go over that again.
No.
Okay. Then you are here.
Will you go back up 1, please? So I actually want to take these comments because I think they're both important. And there may be some dissent on the height, so I would like to take them separately. The first one is to create a desirable menu of by right incentives and incentivize developers. We are not discussing the specifics of those incentives tonight. As Jing mentioned, they are going to come back with a comprehensive list. Is that your hand is raised, Commissioner Lambert, or is that just a?
No, I'm just holding my head.
So,
I do have a question, Lisa. I do have a question.
Yeah.
I want to ask staff. I know there are density bonus applications in the pipeline right now. They are no doubt asking for concessions beyond these three, which don't really help much. How are you assessing those concessions? Are they just basically any ZO variation? I mean, how are you dealing with that?
They just any applicant is entitled to request incentives and concessions in accordance with what state density bonus law allows.
So if they go beyond these three in this section of the code, which they probably, I assume they have, maybe they haven't, but if they have to prove economic need to do that. Is that how it works?
No, applicants are just asked to kind of, explain why it's needed. They can provide whatever, documentation they want to do that.
And to be clear, even after the by right menu is set up, applicants will still have the option to go off menu and go through that process where they provide the additional information. It's already actually set up in the zoning ordinance, which will probably refine, but it is set forth in state density bonus law as well. So that option will always be available as proposed.
So the thing I'd actually, and maybe we don't need to take those as two separate questions because I see, but Ross, if you want to go to the next page. But the one thing I do really want to ask for is that because of the I would like for the percentages. Sorry, I'm very tired. I'm very concerned that because of the split by income level that is being required under the AHPP, that you're basically undermining the ability to use the incentive and to qualify incentives. So I'm wondering if there is a way to essentially say, well, if you have 15% affordable, of any kind, then you get X number of incentives and make it congruent with the density bonus law in terms of.
So I believe that was a recommendation of the Planning Commission to the City Council. And when the City Council adopted the housing element, they explicitly did not include that provision.
Okay, I'm not going to repeat myself. Okay. Well, so the motion on the table then is to incentivize more affordable housing by offering by right concessions for increased percentage on-site affordable.
Is this the last page on this program? Is there more? I can't remember.
This is the last page.
Okay, then I have a question. I may be misunderstanding this, so I need to get it straight. If someone comes in, for example, with a 15% very low income density bonus request, which is the maximum, is the city anticipating that on top of that they would have AHPP units they're responsible for?
I believe you can double check.
Well, there's 15% very low, so they've satisfied their 5% easily. And they have a right to do that. I mean, it's a choice, but it's also a right. But on top of that, do they also have to do 5% low and 5% moderate? Is that the way people are thinking now?
Yes.
They choose to do their age. So I want to back up. This is new, right? This is like a different way of looking at density bonus than we have been, correct? So the AHPP is a requirement. If you choose to do on-site AHPP, that is a requirement of any project that walks in the door if they choose to do the on-site AHPP. So they would have to produce those units. If they choose, those can count towards density bonus as well. And you can add additional units on top of that if you choose, that would get you more density bonus.
What you're saying is, it is additive.
It is additive because you have your baseline requirements under the AHPP.
Okay, I
Right.
get it. So here's what I'm going to request, and I want to hear the other commissioners' thoughts on this. I want to see, because we don't have one, a feasibility analysis of how that's going to work. I don't believe it will. What FAR and height would be required to do a 15% very low by right density bonus project, and then add the AHPP units on top of that?
But you can't do that, Leslie.
Why not?
Oh, I'm sorry. I take that back. Never mind. But I think that's
I don't think
So the density bonus law would allow, so what would happen is you walked in the door, you have an on-site, you have your base project, right? That you say you want to do on-site affordable AHPP, right? We have set the city would have at that point set your base project with your height and FAR that are feasible under that, right? You get a density bonus based on that 5% and one incentive. Right, that's under the state density bonus law. If you add more density bonus units on top of that, and you ended up doing the extra 10% of very low, you get like 3 incentives and 50% density bonus. That 50% is on top of your feasible project.
I understand.
And you also get in 3 incentives or concessions on top of that. The city, it's on the city to demonstrate that those incentives or concessions as requested do not actually reduce the cost, in order to support the affordable housing.
But the density bonus law did not anticipate additional inclusionary requirements. So I don't believe that a 25% inclusionary requirement, which is what we're talking about here, is feasible, and I want to see a feasibility analysis to prove that it is or it isn't.
Well, I guess the question is like feasible based on the additional density bonus that you get, but then there would be a theoretical question about what the additional incentives and concessions would be that they would request, and we wouldn't know what those are. You see what I'm saying?
No, Heidi, a density bonus program is based on a density bonus percentage, which in this example is 15% very low income. That's what the density bonus. Okay.
No. The AHPP is 15%.
No. If somebody comes in with a density bonus project, which they have every right to do, it's not just choice, with 15% very low income on the base number of units. That's their right, and they can do it. So on top of that, they're also responsible for the AHPP units. So they would have that 15% very low and 5% low and 5% moderate. That's not what the state density bonus program anticipates. So I want to see that is feasible, because I don't believe it is.
Okay, I understand that, but I think part of what you're asking is also theoretical, because the developer has a choice once they get the 50% extra density bonus to ask for additional incentives and concessions. So that's not going to be the same thing every time.
That's part of the density bonus program, and that's what the 15% very low income is. That's what the cost.
I understand that. So then what are we testing for feasibility?
That you're going to add another 5% low and 5% moderate on top of that.
But at what FAR and height? Well, what are we testing?
That's my question. I want to see what the FAR and height are that would support that kind of inclusionary requirement. We don't know that. And to let
but I still don't think that that's a finite number, because they still get these incentives and concessions, right? That's how the density bonus law is supposed to help.
I understand completely that, but the density bonus law does not anticipate another 10% inclusionary requirement.
The way that you're looking for it, I'm not sure how to answer that question, because again, the density bonus is additive on top of, right? It's not a base project.
Elisa, help me out here.
I mean, I think part of what Leslie is trying to get at, though, is the sort of financial feasibility problem that we have talked about as it relates to other policies. Height FAR, right? Jean raised concerns when she's like, look, I'm concerned that you would be down zoning, and that would create a feasibility problem, right? Which would be a furthering fair housing problem, essentially. And I think that there just remains significant concern that by watering down the density bonus, you essentially preclude projects from you getting a full density bonus. And so I think what Leslie is asking is, can you prove those numbers up? And, maybe it's a question for HRNA about, can you make reasonable assumptions about whether it's increased height, decreased setbacks, decreased open space? Is there a way to make a set of reasonable assumptions to test the theory? I think that's where we're going.
Well, I think that goes beyond what we are required to study, because that's voluntary. We're required to establish local standards.
It's a legal right of the developer to go full bore.
I understand. I understand that, but what we are required to do is establish feasible standards at the local level. We've done all of the work to show how the FARs and heights relate to the desired FAR that we've talked about for the last year. And you're asking about kind of a theoretical scenario. We don't know, it's up to that applicant. If they choose to do more on site, they could get more bonus. That's up to them.
Do you really believe that HCD is going to buy this? Do you really think HCD is going to buy this?
We're just looking at what's established. We've established feasible FARs and heights based on feasibility analyses.
We just disagree.
That's fine.
Okay, so we still need to vote on what's on the table, which is to incentivize more affordable housing by offering by right concessions. And with the understanding that staff is going to come back with a comprehensive and detailed list of the by right concessions. And I would like to add that the height incentive should definitely be more than 10 feet. They should be at a minimum 11. So can we get a vote on that?
I have to ask, Commissioner Pastor, what is that extra foot doing? I'm just curious.
It's just my experience in other jurisdictions when they have height increases, that for a story that 11 feet is basically the feasible, maybe feasible is the wrong word. That's what they need for the extra story.
So moved.
What exactly are we voting on, Elisa? These three
voting on. We are voting on what's on the screen: incentives to incentivize more affordable housing by offering by right concessions for increased percentage of on-site affordable. And I clarified that staff will come back to us with a detailed list of a by right menu, and I would like that to include 11 feet instead of 10 feet for height increase. 11 feet or one story.
Well, I think it's got to be more than that, but that's okay.
Okay, well, I would like to call the question. I think we've circled the drain for a while here. Let's see.
Commissioner Fonda Bernardi?
Yes.
Commissioner Fresco?
Yes.
Commissioner Lambert?
Yes.
Commissioner Landris?
Yes.
Commissioner Raskin?
Yes.
Mr. Pastor?
Yes. Okay. Ross and Jing, is there anything else you need our input on?
I think that is it. I think this slide was just kind of giving you a heads up that you might see some clarifying language on these topics, but I don't think we were looking for input on them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I do have a question actually. So is the city going to issue implementation like guidelines or a memo or something about SB 9 and SB 8? Do you guys do that, or do you integrate them into the code? And
yeah, so there'll be there's an information item going to the council explaining kind of the way the city is approaching this. Essentially, there's a lot that's in the state law. We obviously have objective R1 standards, and the city manager actually gave a report to the city council at his last city manager's report, kind of explaining the city's general approach. But yes, we'll have application forms and guidance for applicants and staff as to how we adopt it, or implement the law come January 1.
Okay, so then regardless of whether or not there are code amendments in place, people will be able to use SB9.
Oh, yes, of course.
Okay. And how do we verify replace protected unit income, and how do we how do we determine what is a protected unit? And if you don't know the answer to that now, we can talk about it another time, but that is a question I'd like to talk about.
Okay, we'll come back to you with that.
Yeah, that's great. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for hanging in there. Thank you, staff, for answering all of our questions. Robust debate. So, zipping through the rest of our agenda. Lost it. We have no continued items. We have no staff administrative items. But
I'm just looking. I'm just going back through what we went through, and I'm seeing that there was stuff. I'm just making sure that we're just looking at what we went through. We covered everything staff wanted us to cover, right? Just making sure. Okay. Cool.
Commissioner Raskin.
Hey, sorry, I was disconnected there momentarily. I just want to make one really quick note on the I'm cautiously optimistic that council give direction at some point next year to move forward with a tree ordinance. So I think that the R1 parcel coverage amendments need to go under that. And so just throwing that out there as part of the broader process.
Can I respond to that? I have a quick response. Alice? I thought, this is fast. Do you think a tree ordinance would be more expeditiously done if it were put in development standards rather than a freestanding ordinance?
Probably. But, we started the process on the tree ordinance in 2019, and quite a lot of work has been done. I just think that this all has to be integrated.
Okay.
Just a quick note on the R1 standards piece that was on your screen. As you may recall from the ROI that was passed, this is just to fix a clerical error, so it would be actually very narrow what's being brought back to you in February. I'm not going to talk about what time it is, but soon when it comes back to you, it's going to be very narrow due to the ROI, which is very narrowly focused at the time.
Sean, do you have one last comment?
I do have one last comment, which is I really think that a tree ordinance is important, but I also note that there was an article about SB9, and some cities are using tree ordinances as a way to slow the implementation of SB9. And I just want to say that I hope that, that is not going to be the case here. I really am a believer that we should say what we believe about what housing needs to be in Santa Monica, whether it's how SB9 applies from the state or the conversation that we just had, and we should make sure that our streamlining and our regulations advance that vision. I'm really frustrated, just going to say it, I'm really frustrated where with conversations where we say one thing on one document and then we put in procedures or exceptions or policy processes that essentially unravel what we just set up front. And I hope that our housing element will be matched by zoning ordinance that moves our housing element forward and doesn't walk it back. And so that's why I'm making the comment about a tree ordinance, because that's something I've wanted for many, many years. And I would hate to have people come along and say, oh yeah, Santa Monica's just doing it now because of SB9. That's not why we're doing it. We have really good reasons to do it. But I want to make sure we're not doing it. We shouldn't. I'm sorry that it got mentioned so close to the SB9 conversation, because I don't think that's what's happening, and I don't want us to be accused of that. So I think that's very important, because you've done extraordinary work to move this forward, Ellis, and I think we needed it. With or without SB9, we've got to have that ordinance.
I never even thought of that connection.
Yeah, it's in the article about how different cities are slow walking SB 9. Like
And
you
then
have to have 2 different types of indigenous trees in certain parts of the property, and of course the placement is designed to make a building and make a duplex infeasible. Yeah.
Well, when Ellis gets his tree ordinance, he's going to help us get the landmarks ordinance updated next.
Yeah, right.
Okay, there's no public hearing, there's no resolutions, the written communication. I had asked Melissa to circulate something about a SCAG Housing Policy Leadership Academy that looks super cool. And so for the public, I believe the link is on the agenda, and it's an opportunity for members of the public and elected and appointed officials to go through a pretty intense like academy workshop thing, multiple workshops with SCAG. So I wanted to share that.
I signed up for it.
Did you?
Yeah.
Super cool.
Not sure why.
We have no planning commissioner discussion items. Do we have any public input? Do we have anyone saying?
Nobody in the queue yet, but we can give it the 1 minute countdown.
Give it the 1 minute.
Mm-hmm.
Well, while we're waiting, I'd like to thank Elisa for herding all the cats today. It was quite a bumpy ride, and I thought you did a wonderful job.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate that, Mario. I know I can get a little heavy-handed. Try my best. But I think we did good work, and I think we had robust conversation. As usual, staff just did it out of the park.
I'd like to thank Ming for not coming and burning down our houses after this. All the things that they worked so hard on that we just unraveled.
Well, democracy is messy.
There is.
You know, I saw Hamilton recently, so I have a whole new, finally, like the last person to see it.
Well, we saw it too, but we'd seen the Disney Plus, version. Well,
yeah,
it was fun. Well, the room where it happens is in public.
Yeah. So this is our last meeting of the year. So happy holidays to everyone.
You too.
Happy Festivus. And thanks again to staff.
Thank you.
We are adjourned. Thank you. Oh, the adjournment is at 11:34 p.m.
God.
Happy New Year, everyone.
Happy New Year.